Hello, Al pals. This is Big Al, and welcome to the Saturday Night Rewatch, the night before Easter. Uh, there's Troy. It was running a little close there, Mr. Troy Sala.
I'm sorry, doing my best here.
That's right. Love your background. Very good.
Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to get it together.
Take your time. We've got literally 3.5 hours for you. Almost 4 hours for you to get this right. I was as I was telling Nanette a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry.
I was okay. I'm hearing myself suddenly.
Are you muted?
Okay.
I'm sorry. We didn't have time for a sound check, so I'm completely a mess over here.
Yeah, I know it wasn't me because I'm not on YouTube because I'm just trying to save the streaming power.
I'm not on YouTube either because I had to shut everything down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're good to go. Let's see who we got with us. First of all, we got Chris P, who was the first to comment and likes the thumbnail. Thank you, Chris P. Melissa Harris, hello. Mr. Matchstick in the house. Then there's that Big Al Presents guys asking everybody if they're ready for a long night. And then, of course, the lovely, I don't know what music I could do for this one. I was like, something grand, I guess. Net, which is kind of like part of the score. Age Boomer, Evelyn Hampton, Daniel Heron, how you doing? Mr. Matchstick in the house. Dark Stranger, Casey Scott, leaving a like, be back later visiting family. No problem with that. That's it's a holiday. I knew we'd have people kind of dropping in and out. And there's Troy Pacelli. Hi, Troy. How you doing?
Yeah, glad I could make it.
Say hi to Evelyn Hampton. It's always nice to see someone coming in. Like I said, yes, it's a long night. Just a few things before we get started. I don't want to vamp too long because, like I said, it's a long movie. It's 3 hours 45 minutes, but we got a few. There's one cut that I'm going to talk about right now. We could make, and that is the film at the beginning has a 6.5 minute overture, which I don't think we really need to watch. I mean, I'm going to keep in the intermission, which is 5 minutes, just before the chariot race, which I think is a good place for it. And but do you guys agree with that? Kind of
skip over the overture.
Skipping the overture. There is right after the overture disappears, which is kind of a close up of Leonardo da Vinci's hand of God touching Adam, giving life to Adam hands. It disappears, and there, like for a split second, there's an MGM logo, and then it goes. There's like, the MGM logo shows. There's a flare of music, and then it quickly goes into a map that shows kind of the world at the time. So I was figuring if we'd just start on the MGM logo, just as the music starts, I think that's a good place to start. I'll give everybody a couple minutes to get to that. For me, it's 6:34 into the MP4. Okay, so yeah, that's good. Everybody's kind of on the same thing. Mr. Matchstick saying use the Roman marching song from the Ben-Hur reboot. Well, first of all, I never saw the Ben-Hur reboot. I mean, you can remake this film, but you'll never surpass this film. There are a few cinematic achievements that are, I believe, true pinnacles of filmmaking that can never be surpassed, and Ben-Hur is one of them. I mean, yeah, it's every film's going to have its flaws. Every film's going to have its quirks, but there's just some you just don't. you could do another Ben-Hur movie, but don't try to be Ben-Hur from 1959. Do your own little thing. Now, like I said, I haven't seen the new one, so I've seen pictures from it. I know it has Morgan Freeman, which is a plus to me, but I just I just have not had a chance to see it. Dark Stranger's like Big Her. I might assume that's not your porn name. No, my porn name is Colt Blue, and that's blue spelled BLEU, like the cheese. That's just an old running joke I have. Colt Blue. If anybody ever, and it doesn't follow the rules of the first dog and road you lived on, so it doesn't follow those rules at all. But yeah, I figure, like I said, we'll get started in about a couple minutes here. Once everybody's in, everybody's situated. But I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. Haven't seen this film in, I'd say, 6 months. This is one of those films I can watch over and over and over again. I could, if I come across it halfway through, I'll finish it. And it's just one of those films for me. It's one of my all-time top movies of all time. It's like I said, it's true cinematic history. And if you go to IMDb, I know I'm not going to be able to convey a lot or even remember some of the stuff I did read. There's a lot of cool backstory and stuff to this film. Like some of the people who were thought of for the roles, and like Kirk Douglas had wanted to do it, but they thought he was too old. And he did Spartacus because he felt spurned about this one. He wanted to do a big epic film, and so he did Spartacus. So it's kind of like we wouldn't have Spartacus if we didn't have Ben-Hur. I think that's kind of a cool thing. Paul Newman was thought about for the role. He didn't want to do it because he had done The Silver Chalice and did not like the way his legs looked in a toga or a tunic. So just wacky things like that, always cool. But yeah, if you guys are all synced up and ready to go, I think we could get along. If everybody who is with us in chat is ready to go or just wants to listen. Anybody have anything to say? Or
I've actually never seen the movie.
You've never seen Ben-Hur? Oh my God! Have you seen 10 Commandments?
I believe I did, but I was like really young at the time.
All right. Well, it's in a similar vein. It's that big cinematic epic, and this one I actually think is just grander in scale of what they did. But I mean, take nothing away from 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments was 3 years prior to this. Larry Charlton Heston went from that to this. And I mean, wow. He really brought a lot of history in a couple of years. Mr. Magic's Order, when's the Spartacus rewatch? We'll do that one day. Now that I know these are pretty good to go. So I'm ready to go. Like I said, countdown to from 3, and when I say start, hit the start button. And so 3, 2, 1. Metro Golden Mayor.
And Mr. Magic, we're actually starting now.
Yeah, we just started, Mr. Matchstick. We're at the 6. I'm at 6:50. The map just came up. Anno Domini. Of course, everybody. I know a lot of people don't remember this, but Ben-Hur has the subtitle "Tale of the Christ," and although Christ plays a small movie role in it, and he plays a very significant part in a couple times. But it does start with the retelling of Christ's birth. They literally built Jerusalem, like the 6 blocks or something of Jerusalem looks identical to what it looked like back then. What a job.
Nowadays they would do that all with green screens.
It'd be all green screen, all digital, all what you would doodle, CGI. Joseph and Mary on her little donkey. It's a beautiful score. Was it Miklos Rosa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a wonderful score. Which, like I said, this thing won 11 Academy Awards, and I think the score definitely won. I know that. And he was from what I've heard, very proud of this one, especially because of the scale and scope of the movie. These are my 3 favorite Christmas figures, the 3 wise men. I've always been partial to them at Christmas time. I think if I could be anybody in the Bible, I'd want to be one of the Magi.
Evelyn says she can't stay alone. She just stopped in.
Well, I'm glad you stopped in, Evelyn. Thank you. Satori Kagane, the 11 Oscars stood for nearly 40 years. Yep, until Lord of the Rings came along. Lord of the Rings tied it. But also Lord of the Rings has the distinction of being the first film to clean sweep the Oscars of having that many nominations. I think really Ben-Hur probably the only ones they probably lost were like guys who were in the same category.
Looks like that first gift is a big gulp.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm always going to see that.
Of course, the one guy in like the Egyptian-looking headdress, that's Balthazar, I believe. He comes in late. He comes back later in the film. I just think, like I said, being Catholic, just being there at that moment. I know, it didn't really look like that, but still, just the concept, the feel would have been so magical to be there at the beginning like that. Little ram's horn. I always thought about. I remember seeing a source for those things. Once in a while, I'll get like this is like Jewish items thing. What do they call like chauffeurs or something? I forget exactly.
Don't know.
Ben-Hur. Tale of the Christ, General Lew Wallace. Jack Hawkins. I like the role Jack Hawkins plays in this. You've seen the movie, right, Troy?
I have.
Yeah, Jack Hawkins is the the actor who plays the consul who Ben-Hur rescues.
Oh, okay.
In the ship, yeah. I like that. I like that portrayal. Of course, our buddy Frank Thring, who was in the Vikings, here he plays Pontius Pilate.
Right.
Always plays the villain. Nicholas Versa. So I filmed an MGM camera 65. There was something special about that. They filmed these things with the most expensive cameras at the time. Oh, okay. So we're talking. Yeah, that's right. Titanic tied it, and Return of the King did the clean sweep. You're right. I keep forgetting about Titanic because I'm so over Titanic.
Pretty much everyone is.
Yeah, it's one of those films that I think has a limited amount of viewing potential. Like for me, Anno Domini 26. For those who can't read Roman.
This would be what, 7 years before the crucifixion? If I'm doing my math right?
6.
Okay.
Depending.
My math
if you base on
yeah, what is year 0? What is year 1? It depends on what time.
Yeah, it really. Well, I believe I've seen a lot of specials like trying to figure out what was the day of the crucifixion.
Yeah.
I think the most likely date is April 3rd, 33 AD. There was a blood moon that day, which started actually, and it went into the moonrise of Judea, but it started at the time that Christ traditionally gave up his life at 3:00 in the afternoon. And it is a physical fact that eclipse happened, and that there was an earthquake at that time as well. So just a lot of cool facts. Joseph had his work. I think a great fake relic would be like this like old beaten up table, and it's like, yeah, Jesus made this.
Yeah, you're right.
Before he started preaching, he was a carpenter. I can't remember the guy's name who played Jesus. You never see his face. But he was like an opera singer from Oakland. He was born in Oakland, California.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's kind of cool. Romans love to be pompous. There's Masala with his big red feather. Played by oh God, what's his name? Can't think of his name all of a sudden. Stephen Boyd. That's it. Stephen Boyd played. If you've ever seen, I think it's Fantastic Voyage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's in that too. But I always remember he was a good guy in that. It's always funny. It's always funny to watch someone that you're so familiar with as a villain play a good guy.
Evelyn Hampton points out one bit of Ben-Hur trivia. Some of the galley slaves who are missing limbs are military veterans who lost their limbs during war.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they got a lot. I mean, if you lived in Hollywood at the time, chances are you were in this movie because they had a lot. I mean, not like today where you could just, tap a couple of keys and boom, you've got people in the crowd.
Right.
They had people in the crowd. I mean, sure, they'll do filming tricks every now and then to make it a little bit more, but a lot of like when you see those big panning shots and it's all people, that's all people.
I like that. They've got the padding underneath the breastplate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you guys are talking. I was wondering why I was hearing the little dings.
Yeah, as soon as I heard the first ding, I turned off my phone. I was trying to do a video yesterday, and out of nowhere, my printer just started making noise, so I had to turn that off.
Oh yeah. Well, there are a few things like if I ever do anything, I personally I never really worry too much about it because I'm old school, low budget as much as anything, but like during the summer, if I'm going to be on and you can hear my AC, you're just going to have to get used to hearing my AC because I have not turned that sucker off.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. God, the other day here, it was like high 70s and really humid. And I was dying because I just had a fan going, but I was just sweating up a storm. Body hasn't acclimated to the hotter temp. And then we go from like 70s and then we have like 30s overnight.
Right.
Last night. It's like ridiculous. Is Ben-Hur a true story? I don't believe so. Of course, the Jesus parts are pretty accurate. It's pretty representative of kind of the climate at the time, but I don't think there was a Judah Ben-Hur and a Masala and all this other stuff. Not that I know. If it was, I think it'd be pretty cool. But
listener says it is a true story.
which is another very sad part of this is like your childhood best friend, the guy you loved and respected as a brother, and then you become mortal enemies. And I do mean mortal enemies.
Yep.
Now this scene here was a test, not the scene, but the script version was a test screening when Leslie Nielsen, some Italian actor, were reading for the parts. And Leslie Nielsen was Masala, so he was the bad guy. I'm so glad they didn't go that route. Well, Leslie Nielsen would have been fine, but the other guy, you could barely understand anything he said.
Yeah.
They'd have had to dub him.
Where was this filmed?
Right on Hollywood backlot.
Really?
I know some of the desert scenes when they have them were filmed. Some in Libya. Until they got kicked out because the Muslim regime of Libya didn't like that they were doing a pro-Christian movie.
Of course.
So they kicked him out, and so they filmed the rest in Spain, which is the only European uh, country that has a desert. So, but I think most of this was filmed in Hollywood, I believe. I would love to have that armory.
Right?
I always loved a good spear. I could never use it now, but I was good at the traditional spear, like where you actually hold it and you poke. I was
Yeah.
never good at the javelin-esque throwing spear kind of. I was terribly inaccurate. I was never a good thrower. I remember during a war once we were fighting with there was a crowd watching us, and I had a throwing axe, and it kind of caught the wind real bad, and, and it swerved. I was like, oh no. And it's like, like a golfer when they hit a golf ball into a crowd to hit
Yep.
somebody.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think it hit anybody. It came close though. They'd have been all right because it was just basically foam wrapped in duct tape. I mean, it had a little
Oh,
heft,
yeah.
but it was light enough that
the wind could take it.
yeah, the wind was able to just knock it off a little bit. Not that I threw it straight to begin with, because I hooked it anyway, and it just got hooked even further. Yeah, hooked is when it goes left. Slice is a right shot. If you're right hand, oh, it depends on your hand though. Oh, if they had Twitter back then, these two would be yelling at each other on Twitter all the time.
Right?
Now you look here, you see how short Stephen Boyd is compared to him? He's actually wearing lifts. He's shorter.
Oh.
He's actually shorter than that. He had to wear lifts to look at least a little bit in line. Because Heston was a good sized man.
Yep.
So how's your Easter going so far?
It's going.
It doesn't feel like Easter.
It sure doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, watching this is Easter.
I have been having a great deal of technological difficulties all day yesterday. I was trying to film some videos for the Klingon Cleric channel, and they just weren't working out. I literally, and it was all technical. I spent hours, putting on the forehead and getting into costume and everything, only for none of the footage to work.
And your name is Cartan?
Yep.
Cartan, because I saw that on, was it one of the chats you signed in as Cartan the Klingon Cleric?
Yeah, because I was still signed in as that when I was saying hi last night on.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. That's what it was. Now, was Cleric spelled right? It looked like Cleric had an I in it. Clieric. I don't know.
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I for some reason something looked off when I looked at it. It just could have been a quick glance, and I had a little dyslexia at the time.
Yep, you're right. It is misspelled. I'm gonna have to fix that.
Masawa Masala has a decent idea. You
Mhm.
know, I mean, you're trying to eliminate conflict. Rome, you're just not going to get rid of Rome. They're too militarized. But Masala really comes at it with the hardcore line, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Especially when he finds out that Judah knows a few people that have spoken out, which is about what he's about to happen now. See, those little jabs does not do him much service.
Right.
But he's so indoctrinated into the Roman way by now. Like I said, they were buddies as kids, but he goes away and he's indoctrinated into the Roman way. Now, of course, today they'd be reading all kinds of homosexual aspects into that.
Exactly.
Not to say there wasn't, or that there's anything wrong with that. I always loved the actress playing his sister, Tirza. I always thought she was a lovely girl.
Yeah, she is.
She's just your classic, very pretty girl. And the actress playing Ben-Hur's mother is like only 5 years older than he is. He's just so. Well, it was a nice city till we destroyed it.
Right.
Smiling all the way. H. Brewer saying in the 1800s there was a play made about Ben-Hur. They even had live horses on the stage. Cool. Actually, according to one of the screenwriters, there were supposed to be a homosexual undertones. Said writer was Gore Vidal. Well, there you go. With Gore Vidal, you know.
Well, it was
So we may have to
there.
take that with a grain of salt.
It was definitely there in Spartacus.
Yeah, oh yeah, Spartacus, it was very overt.
Yeah.
Um,
They even edited
well,
it down, I recall.
Yeah, even like Lord of the Rings. I mean, Frodo and Sam. I mean, you can't even. I mean, yeah, you can point back to the animated versions that Ralph Bakshi did, because Ralph Bakshi loved to do that kind of stuff. But even in the new versions, there's like when Frodo goes, when Sam's like, "It's your Sam," it just sounds so funny to a modern ear.
Yeah.
Now he's asked to name names. Very, I mean, if you think about, like, this was late 50s, just during like around the Red Scare time.
Yep.
It's almost like the McCarthy.
Well, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I love his Masala's costume.
I was just looking at that really closely.
Yeah, especially I was looking at the detail on his cloak there,
Yeah.
the leaf vine thing. Like I said, having worn medieval garb and wearing the long tunic, I loved wearing a long tunic. It's so freeing. You wear like if you're not wear if you don't have if you're not worried about like wearing like the hose under or anything, just having the long.
Yeah, I have a long cloak that I wear for the Klingon cleric, and it's basically a long dress.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I always got there's a. I don't know if you've seen the picture. I think there's a picture on somewhere where me and some friends were doing a thing for Robin Hood Men in Tights, and
Mhm.
we were dressed up. And there's a picture of me and a couple of my friends just in front of the theater, and I was looking at it, I was like, man, I always loved that. It was always a very comfortable uh, outfit because I really go ultra comfortable instead of like authentic. I would just wear sweatpants, and we weren't worried about authenticity then, so I was just wearing sweatpants with it. The driving force of the rest of this film.
Yep.
It's the hatred that is built up in this scene. Although it's exemplified, I mean, it's inflamed a lot more later when they have the unfortunate little accident. It's a beautiful little area there, that fountain.
Yeah. Agent Boomer points out that it was a Civil War general who wrote the book Ben-Hur.
Yeah, was he Civil War? I knew he was a little bit later. I know he was I think it was in the Spanish American War. I know that. Well, he probably served in the Civil War, though, thinking about it. Matt Chicks wondered if I was Little John. Yep, I was Little John. Although, because of my outfit, people also confused me with Friar Tuck because I had a hood. I had a green tunic and I had a maroon hood. And some people and I was being a larger guy, people call me that as well. I was like, I'm Little John.
Man, that bread
The
looks
guy,
good.
oh yeah, I would love to have a big art thing of fresh, crusty bread
Yep.
and some good, rich olive oil.
Yep.
Some feta cheese and some Kalamata olives. Oh, God, that'd be good. So I always love. I have several Greek cookbooks, and I keep thinking to myself, I'll see a Greek cookbook, I'm like, man, I'd really like to have that. And I'm sitting, and I have to remind myself, I've already got like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be anything new, but I love the pictures of them on the
Yep.
food. There's been a few times where I've like my wallpaper, it's just been like, olive oil and olives and bread, wine and stuff like that. Ooh, amber and jade. Sam Jaffe.
You know, if we're gonna do a Robin Hood Men in Tights rewatch, Mr. Matchstick, we ought to do it like a 2-week thing. First week we do Prince of Thieves. The following week we do Men in Tights.
Yeah, that was a fun day because we did the event, you know, for like the first couple of showings, interacting with the crowd, taking pictures, talking, and then we got to watch the film for free. And we're all sitting there in our outfits, and like, you know, people coming in and looking at us like like what the heck?
Nice.
Because they were there for the event, but we were still in our garb. Haya Hararit. Lovely actress.
Mr. Matchstick says, why not do both in one day? Well, depending on how this rewatch goes, maybe we will start doing double features.
You know, technically, if you throw those two, well, you know, I don't know how long Men in Tights is. I mean, I know Men in Tights is about an hour 45, hour and a half, something like that. I don't know how long the other one is, but probably you could throw those two together. They might not be as long as this one film is. I always find
2 hours, 35 minutes.
Men in Tights. I mean,
Yeah.
Prince of Thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw them together. Well, yeah. So you throw them together just about the same, if not a little longer. Doable.
Did you hear the news? Speaking of Robin Hood, did you hear the news that they're planning to do a new live action anthropomorphic?
Oh God, yes,
Robin
I
Hood?
heard it. What the hell? I
know,
mean,
right?
just release the original.
Yeah, I know.
Do restoration of 4K it, man, and put it back out in theaters. You'll probably make more money because you won't spend as much making the new one.
I was just watching how much. I was watching a video about the history of Disney on home video and the whole, you know, vault thing and all that marketing whatnot that they did, and how many times in how many ways they have re-released the same movies over and over and over again.
Yeah. And it says it's only going to be here for a few weeks. We're going to put it back in the vault.
Yeah.
I mean, from a merchandising marketing standpoint, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's a pain in the ass for a consumer. But thanks to today, I mean, thanks to eBay, you can always find it.
Right.
No matter what it is. Like I said, you find Song of the South, and they don't want to put that sucker out.
That's right. And that's the other thing too. Well, fine, you don't want to put something out. People are still going to get it, and they're going to pass it around, and you don't make any money off of it.
Right.
No
yeah. There is a lot of money to be made, and they ain't making it.
In fact, one of the things the video was talking about was that Disney very much resisted doing anything with home video. They were very late to the game putting stuff on VHS and beta because they honestly felt that, well, this, you know, anything that gets put out there can be pirated, and we don't want that. So it's like, well, okay, but it's going to happen anyway.
Esther, the woman playing Esther here, a beautiful woman. Hayarit, can't pronounce her name to save my life. Definitely vibes of Sophia Loren.
Yes, absolutely.
Hollywood at that time, they loved like someone with an accent.
Sure.
There's just, yeah, they were enamored with like Italian, or I'm not sure what, I think I'm not sure what she was. Let me look here. As a whole different kind of slavery, but not the kind of slavery that you think of when you think of. She was Palestinian, Israeli. Yeah, Haya Hararit. Didn't really do that many films. Of course, Ben-Hur being her most known. She was she could speak in her native Hebrew, plus she was fluent in English, French, and Italian. That's a special lady right there. I'll tell you that right now. The one thing about these movies, they take their time setting up the film. But it's nice. You get to know the people. You really become much more emotionally attached to them than you would if you're like just like this story. If you put this in an hour and a half, there's no way it works because it's you're making it an action film as opposed to the human story, the human drama.
Yeah.
Charlton Heston, you Mac Daddy.
Right?
Mr. Matchstick is saying, who doesn't love a gorgeous woman with an accent? You're right. It is but like I said, it's sad she didn't do more. I think she, like I said, she was probably viewed as the poor man's Sophia Loren, which probably didn't help her. Probably didn't help her at all.
Right.
Yeah, if you could get Sophia, why do you need Haya? Just imagining a live action Fox version of Robin Hood and getting furry vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
That's exactly what I thought too when I heard about that. I'm just looking forward to all the memes.
I refuse to think. Now, are they going to do it like Cats, or are they just going to do it like?
That's what they're saying.
Oh my god!
Live action,
horrible.
live action, anthropomorphic. Yes.
That's
because it worked so well. It worked so well for Cats. You know.
Yeah. Now, if they did what they did for Lion King, I could at least semi-justify it. But
I can't. That doesn't actually make any sense. It made sense when you were actually doing stories about actual animals. When you're doing a story about anthropomorphized characters,
you can see it like in the them doing it like the way they do Sonic. You just have to do it like a bunch of times because you got all the different characters. That I don't want it, but I would think that would be the better way to go. If you're going to do it, I don't see them doing the Cats way really being all that intelligent.
Well, here's the problem.
Well, we'll just have to see when they start putting out pictures of it, I guess.
Whatever they do, you're going to have people going to see it anyway because people will just go consume, whether it's good or not. Oh, this looks good. I'll enjoy this. Well, fine. But they'll just keep making this crap.
Yeah. Well, it did work for Cats, so.
Well, I mean, there comes a point where everyone looks at it and goes, wow, that's just about as bad as you can get. Not spending my money on that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're coming to the moment where if you don't have a house in good shape, it can really get you in trouble. And he looks up and he knows he's up there. I know you hear that sound, it makes you cringe.
Right?
She reminds me of somebody in the modern. I think she kind of has a Bethany Lenz vibe. If anybody knows, or the Hallmark actress.
Oh, okay, okay.
And and their lives will never be the same again.
Right?
It's like, dude, all you gotta do is knock, you don't have to break the door down.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Masala's got it in for him right now, and this gives him the leverage he needed.
Right. Yeah, tell the judge. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Uncomfortable.
Yup.
I always loved the Roman short sword.
It was effective.
Yeah, I mean, what was it called again? God, it has a name. I can't remember what it is.
Oh, you mean the Gladius?
The Gladius. Thank you very much. Yeah, I could.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Matchstick. Now, was all of that built, or is there a place that no, that had to all be built?
They built it.
That had to all be built. Yeah.
I mean, that's like I said, that's
And he just did it himself. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows that he was telling the truth. But he's so Romanized inside that any betrayal of Rome is a betrayal to him, and
yeah,
he feels betrayed by Judah. I know it's not the right thing to say, but but it just makes you wonder if anywhere underneath he feels sad.
Yeah.
Anybody else think the Roman Tribune has a really punchable face? If you're talking about Masala, at this point, yes, he does. Ouch.
Yeah,
in
right?
the face.
Yeah. Yeah, a chain to the face. That's
He's-
basically a first century taser.
Yeah. And then the bars behind the back with his arms through it like that.
Yep.
I'm sure he's used to that because he just did it in 10 Commandments.
Right.
I always used to do it, and I would like just I'm standing there with like my glaive or spear or something. I would do that.
Yeah.
Just put it behind my arm like that. Of course, I'm not tied or anything. I can easily get out of it, but a pretty smart thing he does here.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah, I don't want to kill him. Just want to knock him out.
No, just, you did it to me, I'll do it to you.
Yeah. Melissa Harris saying we should do the 10 Commandments next. Well, like I said, that would, maybe next year.
Yeah.
Because that's a very Easter-y, Passover-y film as well. And God bless ABC. ABC every year they show it. God bless them.
Yep.
Like he just grabs it and runs.
I got a stick. I know
Always
how to use it.
Yeah, he does know how
Yeah.
to use it. We
Yeah,
know
he
he
knows
knows
it.
how to use it.
Yep.
They set that up for us. That was good writing.
And that's a fairly authentic design too.
Yep.
For that spear. They were made to like go into the shield of the enemy and see how slender it is.
Yeah.
It's supposed to bend, and then it gets stuck in there.
Yep. Melissa Harris says ABC's not showing it this year.
They showed it last week.
Oh.
Yeah, it was on last week. I watched it. I watched it before we got on to do Paycheck, and then I finished watching it the next day on my computer.
Oh, that's right. You did mention that. Yeah.
Yeah. It started 8:00. It started 8:00 last year. Yeah, I noticed StreamYard lacks. It has just a little bit of lag when they go for the chat. You said Melissa Harris said they weren't showing it, and then it just popped up a couple seconds ago. Mr. Matchstick was Clash of the Titans or Robin Hood Prince of Thieves or Men in Tights next time. Well, next time, we're doing Xanadu.
That's right. We've already got Sound Engraver and Professor Geek on call for that one.
I love how he yells that out. Nailed and crushes in front of you.
Yeah.
Yep, Melissa Harris, we were just talking about that a while ago.
Yep.
Remaking Robin Hood cartoon into a cat's disaster. I'm predicting flop right now if they do that.
Well, I was predicting that for Aladdin, and I'm not actually sure how Aladdin did.
Aladdin did very well.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I have it. I plan to watch it one day. I do have it. I haven't watched it though.
And that's the problem. These horrible, ill-conceived films that nobody asked for do well enough to merit them continuing to do this stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, I can see Aladdin. I can see Beauty and the Beast. Lion King, I thought did not need to happen. And like I said, this one, there's no reason this should happen.
Again, the whole idea of a live action animated, I don't get it. A live action remake of an animated film that's basically a different kind of animation.
Yeah. Cats was a horror film.
Yeah, that's how it kind of turned out.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Matchstick, I will tell you that Clash of Titans was going to be a film we were going to rewatch, or I was thinking of rewatching right before Kirk Douglas passed away. So I put Vikings in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was originally going to be a Clash of the Titans rewatch in my head. Since then, I go through a phase where I've got a few ideas in my head right now, and they're in there, but I got a couple other ideas. I'm kind of booting around the old noodle.
Usually with rewatches, we try to do rewatches that are thematically linked to what's coming out at the theaters, but there's nothing coming out at the theaters. I do hope it has a positive impact on Hollywood, though, that they learn to take their time and get the movies done right, because there's a lot of films that have been pushed back, and that gives them a lot more time in editing and post-production and whatnot.
I will tell you, once we get over the hump, and not just over, and then the downslide, once things are back to normal, I'll just quote unquote normal.
Yeah.
I think the first big film that comes out will do blockbuster business because people will go out and see anything.
Possibly.
They want to get out of the house, go to the movies. I think for about a month, there's going to be I think the restaurants will do great. Cinemas will do great. Anything. Just people will want to get out of the freaking house.
That could be. But if people stay in a malaise and they just go, you know what, I don't want to go out now. I'm so used to staying in. It could really, really decimate industry.
Yeah. I love this scene. I mean, imagine needing water so bad that you're like, even a drop.
Yeah.
You big boy.
Right?
Wasala's face becomes more punchable in each scene.
Right?
Yeah. And that music change. Like so the gentle stroke. I mean, just imagine.
Yep.
And you look up and you see the face of God, basically.
Yep. In a world where you can be anything, be kind.
Yep. Yep. But I love this. He goes over and he just stands and looks at him. And he can't do it.
Yep.
He know, like inside, he knows something
Yep.
is different. And it's almost like he feels shame now.
Yeah, I
Which
should think
love.
so.
He feels ashamed of what he had done. But he's got to get back to business. Jesus had some very good conditioner.
Right?
I mean, that hair is gorgeous. Mr. Massick's trying to spell masala. It's actually, I believe it's Messala or Mesalla. Or is it two doubles? I forget exactly. I can find out though. Two S's, one L. It's like you're a mess, ALA. Ta-da.
There's a fleet.
Yeah.
They built all those boats too.
Technically, they did.
Yeah. They just made them really, really tiny.
I should have done this. I should have gone, no, net, no, net, no,
Well, now you
net.
have.
What a job that little drummer guy has. How was work today, honey?
Monotonous.
Yeah. I don't know, but I'm beat.
Yeah.
Jack Hawkins. Playing a very, very special part. He was in. He's been in some big movies too. He's Lawrence of Arabia. Looking at his films, what he's been in. Lord Jim. Oh, Bridge on the River Kwai. That's another good film. Oh, he was in Land of the Pharaohs, played Pharaoh Khufu. Very cool.
It's a great little detail. He comes up from below, and the Roman points to where to go, because how would he know otherwise?
Yeah. That's a long time to be in that situation.
Yep.
But he'd be at this point. He'd be a strong sucker, though.
Yep.
Be like Conan on the wheel. Well, hate keeps a man alive, gives him strength. The Roman equivalent of checking your engine.
I guess. Yeah. A bit of a tune-up.
Yeah. It must be hard, or it must have been hard to keep those that armor bright and shiny back then.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Taking it for a test drive. I wonder if how. Well, first of all, I wonder if this is actually what they used to do, kind of like with the beat thing. But if they had like the different beat counts of the guy actually, how consistent it was between boats.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not doing a lot of talking. This has always been a very one of my favorite scenes, like because I love the relationship that Ben-Hur and he strike up.
Yeah.
Full overdrive. That Roman guy behind him looks familiar too.
Mr. Matchstick is asking who the emperor was. Wouldn't it have been Tiberius?
At this point, it's Tiberius. Yes. Yeah, there was Augustus, then Tiberius, then Caligula for 5 very memorable years, and then Claudius, and then Nero. That's I know that's
Mm-hmm.
the order. You learn that by watching I, Claudius miniseries.
Oh yeah, that's right. With Patrick Stewart.
Yep, that's a genus. Yeah, but I do believe that it is Tiberius. I'll double check here because he comes in later. Yeah, it's Tiberius. Yeah, Tiberius ruled from 42. Oh no, he lived for 42. Um, he ruled from AD 14 to AD 37. So yes, he was after through Christ's crucifixion. That was him, and then followed by Caligula in his wonderful years. If anybody doesn't know Caligula,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't know if I would suggest the movie Caligula with Malcolm McDowell because it's
Right.
basically a half. That's a half pornography, but he is interesting to look into. But John Hurt and I Claudius plays Caligula, and it's fantastic. He is a nut job. I'm so glad at this point he has the beard.
Mhm.
Charlton Heston looks right with a beard to me.
Right.
When I see him clean faced, it just doesn't look right. Daniel Hare is like Caligula. Those were the years. Yep, those were the years, man. Being a charioteer would be cool, although rough. Gladiator, you have a very short lifespan.
Well, I guess it depends how good you are.
Yeah. And even then, a lot of people don't realize that not all gladiators just you know if two guys are fighting, it wasn't necessarily ended when when one of them was dead.
Right.
A lot of times it was one guy has the upper hand, and depending on who's running the event, it's like, well, he did pretty good. Let him live, fight another day.
Yep.
If only they had numbered him 42, we'd have the Hitchhiker's Guide reference.
Too bad there weren't more slaves. He could have been 24601.
Bring my heavy battle armor. If I fall over, I'll die.
Yeah, right.
Bring me my brown pants.
Yeah. That says, bring me my brown pants.
Yeah, they're not exactly sitting on the most comfortable seat either.
No, that's true.
They're kind of half standing as well. There's something to brace on, and so they don't fall backwards.
You know, I see this and I think of the that follow up they did to 300 that shows the
Oh
Athenian
yeah,
naval
yeah.
battle.
Uh-huh.
Very, very similar. I mean, you know, whether you use miniature boats or you use computer graphics, it's about the same.
Got that same aesthetic. Well, of course, here they got the miniatures, but you can always tell with the miniatures because you never get the water to act right.
Right.
Water, because of its molecular makeup, always doesn't look quite like regular water.
Yeah, the best they can do is slow it down and do it kind of in slow motion, but it's not quite
Yeah,
the same.
yeah, because you can see how the splashing effect, the globules of water are just too large
Yeah.
to be the correct size. Well, if you and the one thing about on Lord of the Rings, when the Ents knock the dam down
Right.
and the water comes flowing through, it's the same thing. You could tell that it was a miniature, and the water just yeah. Superman, same thing.
So Torrent Clegane points out that in a way, Ben-Hur goes through some of the same experiences as Jean Valjean. Yeah, I was kind of alluding to that.
I have never seen Les Miserables.
Haven't you?
No,
Any version?
any version. The the one thing well, I mean, I generally know that it's about like two guys, you know,
Yeah.
but the most I really know about it is the references used in Deep Space Nine between Cisco and
The cot?
no the I think wasn't he a Maquis leader
Oh, perhaps.
played by the guy that was from Krull, Kenneth Marshall. He was a Starfleet commander who betrayed Cisco.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, because he always called Cisco Javert. Did I get that name right? Javert?
Javert. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, that's what.
You can draw a lot of literary comparisons between Javert and Ahab, really.
Yeah, Mr. Matchstick. It's all about the ramming back then. Yep, gotta sink the other guy's boats. That's a bad feeling. be trapped down there. You can't get out. The water's just filling in on you.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I personally have a preference for the what was it, 2012 film with Hugh Jackman,
Yeah.
because I loved the musical. I just wish they had cast somebody else besides Russell Crowe as Javert.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that
someone
version?
who can sing.
Is that a good version?
Yeah, I thought it was really
Yeah.
good.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Maybe one day
Russell Crowe kind of pulls me out of it, but other than that, I'd say yeah, it's
Yeah.
really good. I think the best is that they have Colm Wilkinson, who played
Okay.
Javert.
Fire in the face.
Colm Wilkinson, who played Jean Valjean on Broadway and in London, plays the bishop, and is just incredible. It just brings tears to my eyes.
Mhm.
The bishop in Les Miserables is a character very much like Christ was, giving him the water. It's that kind of a role,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check it out one day. I just, it's one of those stories I've just never really been exposed to.
Yeah. Well, looks like I don't have a choice. I guess I'm going with you.
Like, he tried to take his own life. Such a honorable thing, but
Drama queen.
so I got hit with a chain once here.
Yeah.
That's how it feels like.
Exactly.
You see, Rose, there was room enough for two people on a piece
Right?
of wreckage.
Exactly.
I love the bond these two
Yeah.
get.
Well, that's a good point.
Oh, let me go. I want to die.
It's like, stop and get your head on straight.
Yeah. So one act of kindness led to you basically being alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is not. I must admit that is not a lot to wear. I mean,
No.
Charlton Heston had to be very open to his wardrobe in this, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, it's what the role called for. Jeez. Well, there's something.
Yep. There's going to be losses. You just were on an unlucky ship.
Yeah.
So Torgay saying sure, but if you don't actually get on the wreckage, it's kind of rings hollow.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah. Say well, yeah. I'm just saying if he wanted it bad enough, he could have gotten on there with Rose.
And you notice again the act of kindness with a drink of water.
Yep.
That's an intentional parallel.
As simple as a drink of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like some grand gesture, just a
Right.
simple sip of water.
Also, for a Roman officer to allow a slave to drink before him and then to drink from the same cup, that actually says something.
Yep.
And I don't think that was unintentional on the part of the filmmakers.
Oh no, I think I was completely all right. It's like, don't worry about it. You're not going down there again. Romans knew how to do a party.
Yeah, that's true.
The triumphs. Kind of like after Super Bowl parade.
Yeah. Heil Hitler. Well, Hail Caesar.
Hail Caesar, yeah.
And the iconography is the same too, the eagle and whatnot. Obviously the Nazis they saw themselves as a new Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Nazis were the Third Reich. Well, the Romans were what? The Second Reich?
Yeah, I think so. And Babylon was the first.
Babylon was first. Okay, I never really. Well, I never really delved into that, but I was just wondering because I know they called it the Third Reich, and Reich was supposed to be like,
or
like
was it, or were they specifically referring to German?
like heights of German power kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'll have to look that up. If anybody knows, let us know. Dude's wearing purple. Well, back then, purple was a very important color. It was a color only available to those of uh, royal birth. It was very expensive dye to have.
We were a little bit off. You were right. It was the Empire. The Roman Empire was the first.
Okay.
The German Empire of 71 to 1918 was the Second Reich.
Oh, okay. Well, the Germans thought a lot of themselves, didn't they?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, there were some other really big empires in there, even at that time.
Mm-hmm. So Tiberius lasted a long time and came in. I mean, he got it late. He always didn't want it by the time he actually got into it. But he ruled for quite a long time. Another beautiful woman, Charlton Heston, you back daddy.
Right?
Mr. Matchik saying the Holy Roman Empire was the First Reich.
Specifically, right. Which, ironically, this is not yet.
Yeah. That wouldn't come around until Constantine.
Right.
And his mother, Helen, or Helena. Wolf Ted Media, how you doing?
Haha. How's it
Welcome
going?
aboard. If you're here to watch, we're at the 1 hour 36 and 43, 44, 45 second mark. With only 2 hours left.
Only 2 hours left.
I'm sorry, I love an epic. I love a long epic story that builds and plays out, and where it's a true journey. And that was quite something back then too.
Yeah.
And a lot, I mean, because back then an adopted son was considered every ounce
Yep.
a blood son. I mean, if you were adopted, you were as on the same level as any blood relative. And they were always like adopting, to especially if you had like a couple of sons or kind of ne'er-do-wells, if you adopted like a good guy that you could really bring up, some like this would have been if he had like a son who was a disappointment. You would do something like this so you have a true son to carry on
Right.
your name honorably instead of, you know. Frank Thring.
Mhm.
Always loved him. What a name, though. Thring. Professor Geek has showed up. How's the marathon? How goes the marathon, folks? It's going pretty good. Halfway through, almost there. Like I said, if you want to pop in for a little bit, be more than happy to have you. But I know you probably, I don't know if you still have the little one or not.
Yes. I've been running a green screen for the past couple movies. Well, I guess I didn't last
Yeah,
week.
no, but you had one for
Flash Gordon.
Flash Gordon, yeah. Yeah, see, if Professor Geek watched my streams, he would know that.
Right?
He got on Fan Man last night about the same kind of thing. But I know people can't always watch other people's stuff.
You know, Professor Geek, he's got his own stuff going on. Doesn't have time for us little plebeians.
Yes. He's Masala, we're Ben-Hur.
Yeah, right.
Just, cast us aside, put us on the ship. But it does look, yeah, I do like the way that green screen looks. That is freaking awesome.
It's StreamYards. It's really StreamYards because I have not been able to get the green screen to work correctly in Nero at all.
Well, just use StreamYard that because you can record in StreamYard.
Can you?
I think. Or do something, or you can do something that airs later or something. I don't know. I think it's somewhere in there.
Well, I recorded something yesterday using StreamYard, and it was 24 hours before I could get a hold of it to download it, and I haven't even had a chance to try editing it. So, yeah, it's been a rough weekend for me as far as technology goes.
Professor Geek is like, I watch your videos, Big Al, but I'm so not going to watch a 2-hour plus long weekly rewatch if I'm not watching the movie.
Yeah, I get that.
Then watch the movie.
Yeah, it's an excuse to pull out the movie and watch it.
And here we are reintroduced to one of the wise men, Balthazar. Of course, they bring back that musical cue to let you know exactly who it is.
Professor Geek says he gets no respect. He does the same thing to us.
Now he's got 2 rings of significance. One from Esther, and then of course the one from his from Quintus Arius.
Hey, Wolf Den Media, yes, we all notice you.
He'd have made a good Santa Claus.
Right? And when you consider the role that the 3 wise men played in the shaping of the myth of Santa Claus,
Hugh Griffith, who we were talking about Academy Awards. Like I said, Ben-Hur won Best Picture. Heston won Best Actor, and right here, Hugh Griffith, the Sheik, won Best Supporting Actor. They are Lipizzan horses. I think I said that right. Lipizzan.
Yeah, didn't even come close.
Eh. I love this stunt. Yeah, off the horse, go out there. Shh,
Yeah.
get off.
You think you can treat my horses like animals?
That's right. They're his children. I mean,
Yeah.
he loves those horses. That
Oh, overnight. Yeah, we can rework your horses and get them working as a team. Sure, why not?
I love this guy. I truly do. I almost used him as an avatar.
If this movie was made today, you'd have to cast John Rhys Davies in this role.
Yeah, well, they cast Morgan Freeman in the role of the newer one.
There was a newer one?
You do know? Yeah, there was a new one a few years ago.
Of course there was.
Tells you exactly how well it did by the fact you didn't even know it existed. Yeah, but the only thing I really know is that Morgan Freeman was in it, and he played the Sheik's role.
I don't know, Professor Nanette. How much was the green screen?
I can look it up.
She's looking it up, but mostly I built it myself. The green screen itself was just the fabric. It had to be sewn, and I happen to have had PVC pipes that I rigged up to hold it.
Is it does it have to be a specific kind of material, or is it just the color?
It's really just the color.
Uh,
So in theory, you could just paint a wall green as long as it was the right color and the right lighting.
right.
Because some fabrics do work better with light than others.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Burp, my friend, burp. You would have no.
Did you say buy yourself some wives?
Buy yourself some wives. Yep. He has many wives.
Never.
But I do love that if you have a good meal and if you don't burp, they consider it kind of an insult.
I never understood the concept of multiple wives. I'm lucky if I can keep one happy.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind, a couple, 3 maybe. See, they're just like little puppies.
Very well
One for
trained.
cooking, one for cleaning,
Yeah.
one for the other stuff.
Well, you know, like you know, everybody. I'm sure one would be a better cook than the others, and you know, if you know you want to cuddle, but someone still needs to do the shopping. I'm just teasing around.
Sir Torrin Clegane says there was also a 2010 miniseries that he knows of because Emily Van Camp and Kristen Cruick were in it. Well, I know who Kristen Cruick is.
Hmm.
No idea who Emily Van Camp might be.
She was agent. She was the Carter, the other Sharon Carter, the other Carter in the Avengers movies.
Oh, the blondish one, the one
the
that
blonde, yeah, the blonde one. I think that's Emily Van Camp.
was right. She was. She used to be in Everwood.
Agent 13. Yeah, Agent 13. Yeah.
$13.99 on eBay.
Okay, $13.99 on eBay, Professor.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well, like I said, it was just the material. That doesn't count the PVC and everything that I'm using to put it up with. But that was stuff I already had.
How big is it?
Well, I made it adjustable so that right now it only goes about a foot higher than my head. But there's material like at the bottom, so I could actually put it up higher, so it could go about 10 feet.
So it's fairly large. Then you get a lot for your money.
So I think it's about 10 feet by like 5 feet or 6 feet. Actually, Nanette's checking the exact dimensions.
He is picking the right words to convince him. So Masal's been doing well, and he's getting the chance to meet him on the same field.
It's 5.2 feet by 10 feet.
5 feet by 10 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 5 feet by 10 feet.
If 10 Media is saying Sharon Carter and Marvel screwed her character over, he'll never forgive them.
Well, they're doing a lot of that with their characters.
Mm-hmm.
I posted a meme about Galactus, and it was basically, one of the concept illustrations from Rise of the Silver Surfer. And it says, "You think 2020 is bad? It could get worse."
Oh yeah,
and
I saw that. Yeah,
and I'm like, I could totally see them using Galactus, for their next phase of the Marvel Universe as the big bad, and just having him represent, the patriarchy, and he's the one that needs to be toppled.
Hmm. I like the actor that plays Balthazar. He carries himself with such a regal manner.
Yeah. Professor Geek says that he plans to have a green screen up in the next couple weeks. He's I was gonna
I
say
knew,
I,
I
I'd
knew.
be
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, he's gonna have a harem behind him.
exactly. It's kind of cool though because you can. It's once you have the setup, with the green screen, putting the backgrounds up is as easy as choosing your icon or whatever for the stream.
Do they have any moving ones?
You just grab whatever picture you want and upload it. There's like two standard ones. One looks like a really ornate, ostentatious living room type setting. I think one of them's like a brick wall or something, and you can just upload whatever you want.
So could you do a video, like have something in motion or a GIF or
Don't
something?
know. I'll have to look at that.
I'm thinking something like a star,
Like a star screen or
field,
whatever. Yeah.
or like a hyperdrive kind of thing, or
Haven't looked into it. I'll have to check.
yeah, get like the Doctor Who time
The
vortex.
time vortex, yeah.
I always like those. What I think they're called, like mezuzahs, where they keep a couple of Bible passages in it.
Right. Exactly.
When you imagine how far the journey has brought him.
Right.
Yeah, Professor's talking about Firestar. He has always had that. Loves that Firestar. I can't blame him. The redhead. That was a nice little piece of lighting. I liked how they did that. Just showing his eyes a little bit. This Mr. Magic saying is odd that he picked her of all people. She's a curvy redhead. It's not
Right.
odd at all.
Exactly. You could say she's a fiery redhead.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine he's really come back from basically what no man's ever come back before.
Right. Exactly.
You get put in the galleys, you don't come back. You're basically dying or at the bottom of the sea. And
Prof, I just dropped a link for one for you from eBay.
How was that again?
Green screen. Dropped a link for him.
Oh.
Oh, it's too big.
Professor Geek says Firestar, Black Widow, Tila, Mara Jade. I don't really have a type or anything.
Yeah, exactly. Mary Jane Watson. Lana Lang.
They've cast Lana Lang for that upcoming show. I can't remember who it is now.
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't pay any attention.
I don't think she's a redhead.
Of course not, because they're eliminating redheads from everything now.
to the Ben-Hur. Would have been funny if they'd gotten Kristen Crook back to do it.
Yeah, but I was kind of bothered by the fact that she wasn't redhead then either.
Yeah. Superman and Lois. They're calling it Superman and Lois, I guess. Sounds like.
Yeah, well,
they've cast.
I have no interest in that particular Superman.
Her name's the actress is Emmanuelle Shriek. If that name means anything to anybody, I've heard it before. Emmanuelle Shrieky. Oh, that's right. She was on Entourage.
Yep, she's definitely not a redhead.
No, nice looking woman, but she's not Lana. I love that those two guys found each other and kind of became, you know, a little support system for each other.
Yeah.
Said he's been my legs and he'll be he's the tongue.
And there is that kind of underlying, you know, it's like he's come back from the dead, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, exactly. And just think, like 3 years prior, he was playing Moses. It was the same thing.
Right, exactly. Kind of getting typecast, huh?
So you said the Jewish man across the desert died. He comes back, causes you trouble.
Yeah.
If only I could find a guy big and strong enough to do that to me, lift me up and carry me around.
You're looking for a guy that'll sweep you up in his arms. Is that what you're saying, Al?
Isn't that what we're all looking for, Troy?
Nope,
Ultimately.
I'm not. I'm really, really not.
Well, I'll take if we can find a big, strong woman to do it, I'll take that too. Get like Vixis from Star Trek 5.
I've got a little strong woman who'll kick me in the ass and say, "Get your ass up."
I like to see her
Look at
kick.
Troy.
Hit you over the head with the broadside of a bat left.
That's right.
She's right for the picking. She's yours, buddy. That's right. You didn't survive those galleys for nothing.
That's right, Mac Daddy.
Mr. Matchstick's like Spike Spiegel. I love a woman who can kick my ass.
And I do like the fact that, as you mentioned earlier in the film, or somebody in the stream did, yes, this is a longer film because they have to account for pacing. They could have very easily truncated
Yeah,
this film to a 2.5 hours,
you
but you don't want them to do that.
right. You would lose so much of the emotional drive
Right,
of it.
the feel.
Yeah. I mean, Ben-Hur becomes, he's not just some guy who's out for revenge. He's a man who is trying to get his mother and sister back. He's got Esther, who he's got these developing feelings for. He's got his friends, but he's still also got that revenge that is eating him up. But it just makes him much more layered.
Yeah. Yeah.
As opposed to just this one-sided guy looking for revenge.
And when you have a very three-dimensional character that you really start to care about, that's when years and years later, after watching the movie over and over and over again, you can draw something differently from it. You can think about it and say, yeah, this could have so easily gone a different way, or he could have made different choices. Would I have made the same choices in those same situations? And the answers to those questions could change with every viewing of the film, but
yeah,
when they, give you an hour and a half film and it's just boom, 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 plot point, plot point, plot point, there's never anything to think about,
Yeah, you lose a lot of the subtext. Like you could make Christ this major character in it, or you could have him be exactly the way he is, where he did that one act of kindness which resonates.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire thing. Like I said, he's reminded of that act with Quintus Arius, and then all and the rest of the way, and then when he of course finally crosses paths with him again.
Right. Here we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right.
Yes, seen a ghost.
Well, it's a long story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit of
like
shade.
The way you put it, he's like when he goes like you were the magician.
Yeah,
that made all this happen.
Yep, you set me on this path. That is a cool knife, though.
I know, it's beautiful. I mean, of course, it's being just a prop, probably not much, but if it were actually what it's supposed to be in that scene, I bet that thing is gorgeous. I was reading one thing. Stephen Boyd Masala has, I think, blue eyes, but they gave all the guys playing Romans brown eyes, and those contacts drove him nuts. They hurt him so much.
Count of Monte Cristo, Wolf 10 Media? Maybe. I'd probably want to go with the original, given a choice.
Although the remake wasn't bad. With Jim Caviezel. Pull out a lot of more older movies.
Yeah.
Stuff like The Maltese Falcon and Casablanca.
Been thinking a lot about the Maltese Falcon lately.
Yeah. I actually think we'd get the professor in on that one. I know he loves that film.
Oh, really?
He loves that film noir genre. He took a course in it.
Yeah, he's got good taste.
Yeah. Well, he got me to watch it. I had never seen it before. And I watched it and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Let me qualify that. He's got mostly good taste. He's not really into Star Trek. He doesn't like anything British.
Except the Spice World movie.
Well, that Baby Spice. You know?
Yeah. Physically, I'm nothing against the Spice Girls from a carnal standpoint. I like it. We know they're in there. The food disappears. What an existence that must be. Total darkness.
So, Professor says that he was thinking of offering a bi-weekly film noir rewatch course this summer. Nice.
And I like that they don't show them.
Yeah.
You get the evil music, the looks on their eyes, but they never show them.
Yep.
It's like a COVID-19 thing. Burn out the cell. Bi-monthly, twice a month. That would be bi-weekly. I actually think it could be either way, couldn't it? Bi-monthly meaning twice a month? Or is it every other month?
Bi-monthly would be every other month, I believe.
Okay.
I'm almost certain.
Yes.
Bi-weekly would be every other week, right?
Right. I think that's what he was talking about.
I am the walrus. I am the Eggman. Sorry.
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
I'm Kilroy.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. I'm going to have that in my head now.
You're welcome.
Thanks. I'm Kilroy. Kilroy.
Hey, Auditor Dread. Glad you could make it.
Hey,
We are.
Welcome aboard.
If you're going to be watching with us, we're coming up on the 2-hour 15-minute mark. Still got an hour and a half to go.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we're coming up on the intermission very soon.
Are we?
I think so. The intermission does happen before the chariot race. And like I said, just let you, when we do get there, just let it roll. It's 5 minutes, plays music, go take a pee, get something to drink, do what you need to do. I mean, I'll still be here. I'll just be talking and chatting, and if anybody put something in or ask any questions. Maybe talk about an Easter memory or two.
So Wolf 10 Media, I'm not sure I follow you. Almost took you for a fan of Sonic Adventure 2. I don't know what that is.
Is that a game?
Don't know. I would guess so.
He's
Yeah.
as handsome and buff as ever.
The 10 Commandments they play every year. Ben-Hur, I don't see it that often. I honestly haven't seen this since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, Ten Commandments has had ABC pounding it every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually the week before Easter. Usually.
Right.
Or the night before Easter. This week
Yeah.
it was on last week, so it was on the week before Easter. Ben-Hur is shown. In fact, side note, it's on tomorrow afternoon on I believe TCM, Turner Classic.
Okay.
Because Turner Classic Movies, all like a lot of them are playing like Jesus films all day.
Sure.
Greatest Story Ever Told. One channel's even playing Salome, which is sort of
Yeah.
History Channel's playing the Bible series.
So guys are asking me about gaming. I'm sorry, guys. The only console I ever had was the Atari 2600. That predates all the games you'd be thinking of. So if it wasn't on PC, I've never played it. So
I've started playing a Golf Clash on my Kindle.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of when I used to have the Wii at the nursing home. I was like, man, I still wish I had a Wii.
When the professor does his playthroughs of Arkham and whatnot, I'm like, man, that looks like it would be so much fun, but never played them.
I was never much for like that first person shooter type of thing. I'd rather be a ship or plane or shooting something.
I'm kind of like the professor with those kinds of things. I really do like the story,
Mm-hmm.
There was one game that I don't remember what game system it was on, but it's a first person shooter, and you're fighting your way through Europe against these aliens or something, and it takes place in the 50s. And I don't know, I really like that one.
But I always loved the original Star Wars arcade game.
Oh God, right.
You shut up TIE fighters, and then you did the towers, and then you go and
do the trench run. That's right. Run.
And they got harder and harder every time.
All right, Prof. If you come up to Chicago, I'd be happy to at least try to play the games. You can laugh at me. Mr. Matchstick says it sounds like one of the XCOM games. I don't know. Let me look it up. See if I can find it.
You know, I'll say as many times as I've seen this, I've always thought of her as a lovely woman. But for some reason, watching her, the copy I've got here, which is crystal clear, a nice size, she is gorgeous.
Okay, it's called Resistance: Fall of Man. That's what it was. It was on PlayStation 3. That's the game that I played.
Hmm. Like I said, I only ever had an old Atari, and I never played it. I don't know. I just was never that kind.
Yeah, Auditor Dread got it. Yeah, it was Resistance on a PlayStation 3. I didn't even know what the system was because it wasn't mine. It was one they had in the office in the break room.
Okay, folks, we're about to hit the intermission. I think it happens. He walks off, and I think they have a little interlude. So keep the movie running. If yours plays, it should play the intermission. They mostly do show the intermission now. Intermission.
Okay.
So P,
what?
if you gotta
meet back here in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, well I'll be here talking, chatting, but yeah.
Okay, because I may go.
If you, like I said, if you need to do it, now's the time to do it.
Yep, I'm going to, and I'm probably going to make some popcorn and maybe fix myself a drink.
So sounds awesome.
I'll be back in a bit.
I'll be here, and I'll just be chatting, see if anybody has anything to say.
Talk to you soon, guys.
On the chat. Funniest part about the History Channel Bible series was they released a book adaptation.
Yeah, I saw you.
Bibleception right there. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I was like, oh, the Bible. Yeah, I've had that. I've had the book to that for years. Several varieties. Some longer than others. Still working on this. You're working on a script for your book. Cool. But yeah, look, I have got to find. I have this old picture of me when I was about 3, 4, 5 years old. It was Easter time. I am dressed like a pastel-colored gangster and holding the ear of a bunny rabbit. It was just so funny. Had my little tie. I had my little hat, my little like fedora-looking type hat. I think it was like a little straw kind of hat though. I had like a little sweater on and a little jacket, pants. I look slick, and I know there's a picture somewhere, and I've got to find that again because I have so precious few items when I was a kid. Mr. Massic's about 10 seconds behind. It's annoying me. Well, if you want to try to get straight, I know on mine, I can go 10 seconds back, but I go 30 seconds forward. It will only allow me 30 seconds. It really that does bug me. So I was a Dick Tracy character. Yeah, I was a pastel nightmare, man. It was cool. That's what you did back then. When I was a kid, you know, you dressed your kids up for Thanksgiving. You dress up for Thanksgiving too, but Easter, you went to church, you went to visit. You wore your Sunday best, Easter colors. You know, the pale blues, yellows, and greens, and that's basically what I had on. I looked pretty slick though, I think. But yeah, Mr. Mashik, if you want Is your time linking up with ours? Because I'm right now, like I said, I'm at 22:25:08, 11, 12, 13. If that helps. Because what's one movie you could watch every day? Wow, I don't know. Movies, I don't know. I can tell you TV shows I can watch every day because I do. Like Big Bang Theory, Office, Parks and Recreation. Even Mom's getting up there. I could watch almost every day. Oh man. Okay, we're about to. Oh, and here we go. We're back. Oh, beautiful mosaic on the floor. Getting rubbed down. Getting rubbed with olive oil. That's the way you used to get clean back then. You would rub down with oil and they would scrape it off you. See that little hook thing the guy's got? They would scrape the oil and that took all the dirt and stuff off of you. Start working again. You got one where you look like a little mob accountant. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. The bedding scene. But yeah, they will rub you with oil and they would scrape it off of you. And it took the dirt and sweat and skin with it, skin cells with it. And with gladiators, they would put that oil and sweat and stuff in bottles and like sell it as aphrodisiac. I'll view the original series every day. I don't know if I could watch that every day, but I liked it. Star Trek I could watch every day probably. When I was reading trivia for this film, they had they were talking about the bet that he makes later on in a few moments, and how much it actually was. And I'll tell you what it is when he mentions it. So basically, you got the undefeated champion. So for rewatchability, recently rewatched was Konosuwama, and that has a ton of rewatchability. Yeah, for me, I don't know, movies. Movie rewatchability, I don't know about every day, but there's some I can watch a lot, like your Lord of the Rings, Tombstone. Poke, poke, poke. Poke all you want.
Okay, is there a shirtless guy sitting on a table?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've just bet. The the sheik is willing to bet 1,000 talents. In modern money, that is $660 million.
That's a lot.
That's a
of money.
lot of money. I read that and I was like, damn. Because back then, of course, everything was real gold.
Yeah.
You know, and gold has gone up. When I saw that, I'm like, man, that's a big bet. But it tells you how much these merchant sheiks, man, they had cash all over the world, and money was to them really no object. They had gold and jewels and horses and homes and land and God knows what else. And now they've got oil. But they are beautiful horses, though. And I love how they're named after the stars now. Aldebaran, Regal, Altair, and Aldebaran. Oh, Antares. Yeah, I forgot Antares. He is now a man of singular focus because now he's no longer worried about his mother and sister. He thinks is dead. He really has very little to lose right now. I mean, he's still got like his friends and Esther, but and you know this whole scene had to inspire the pod race.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For Phantom Menace.
Right.
That's a pretty blue.
Well, it's a nice sentiment, but he's going to anyway.
Mm-hmm. And imagine a time when the Arabs and the Jewish people got along. And of course, the upcoming chariot race scene took like 10 weeks to film. It was like a quarter of the budget. And Charlton Heston had learned how to drive 2-horse chariot for 10 Commandments, and this one he had to learn the 4 horses, which was a whole different beast.
2 whole different beasts.
Yeah, and but Stephen Boyd had never done it before, and he was late. He was cast late, so he didn't have nearly the amount of time to learn how to drive the horses as Heston did. So he took there was a lot more like stop and start stunt kind of stuff with them, but a lot of the stuff they do is on them. Of course, greatly sped up too. Always all those nasty wheels he's got.
Drivers ahead in Roman times.
Yep.
Of course, everybody else sitting there is like, wait a minute, I want to win too.
Yeah, wait a minute, who are we?
I'm sorry, that does look very Klingon.
Yeah, it does. You know, that also had to have inspired that scene in Greece.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's another film we need to rewatch.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
We'll make it an Olivia Newton-John series.
Casey Scott's going, hey, what happened? What do you mean, what happened? Where? We're about to start a chariot race.
Hey, has anyone in the stream ever played a game called Circus Imperium? Oh, there's my backdrop.
Oh, cool. Professor Geek talking about Frenchie.
She was an awesome character.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to check to see if I actually have Grease. I have Grease too. I'm not sure if I have.
You have Grease too? Okay, why?
Yeah, I love Grease too. I love Grease too. I adore Grease too. I actually like Grease 2 more than Grease 1.
I know I've said this before, Al, but you're weird.
Hey, we all have our thing.
Clearly.
And the fact that Michelle Pfeiffer gets on top of that thing and does a little Cool Rider bit.
I get that.
I'm in it.
But I'm sorry. Even that doesn't balance out Olivia Newton-John for me.
Well, see, that's the kind of thing. It's like, I will admit Grease is a better movie, but I like Grease 2 better. And yes, I totally admit it's a guilty pleasure.
It doesn't sound like you're feeling very guilty about it.
Nah, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine trying to film this.
Right?
How many times they might have had to not only try to film it, but if they screwed up,
yep,
they had to go back and redo the dirt, because that dirt was pristine.
Good point.
Oh, Casey Scott's been visiting his family. No idea what's been happening. Well, we've been watching Ben-Hur. We're at the 2 hour, 39 minute and 42 second mark, if you want to join us. But we're about to start the epic chariot race. One of the most complex scenes ever filmed.
Wolf 10 Media. Give me Rizzo any day. Look at me, I'm Sandra D. I'll tell you, I was never a big a fan of
Stop the
hers,
chair.
but I'll tell you, she knew what she was doing. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. Just ask Kaneki.
Right? Hey, a hickey from Kanicki's like a Hallmark card when you care enough to send the very best. I like Professor Geek. Why can't they just do that thing in a book where they count up the days of their, what is it? Menstruation?
Menstruation. I love that.
Come on, guys, get your stuff together.
And like I said, they do this today. They bring them out, boom, get them started. But they go through the whole ceremony
Yep,
of this.
because that's really how it was.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps set up the tension of it.
Right.
Hometown favorite.
Right.
Yeah, and especially, I was thinking that too. I like how they make Ben-Hur and Masala stand out.
Yeah.
You got Ben-Hur and those beautiful white horses, and you got Masala in that all black and bright red
Yep.
with the black horses. You know, it's you needed to do that. You really need to make them stand out. I love it. They're just. That's why I did the thumbnail the way I did to cut eyes at each other.
Yeah, exactly.
And here we go. And he goes right after him too. I mean, it's
Oh yeah.
yeah. Masala did not waste time.
But you could also argue they were the two out in front, so
yeah.
that's what you do anyway.
But it's like Judah said to the horses 9 times around the arena. Don't use it all up at once.
True.
It's a long race.
Hmm.
Whoops.
I've done that a time or two.
Yeah.
Plays havoc on the rims.
On the outside of the tire too.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous job. I'm trying to remember how many people got hurt doing this.
All of them, I should think.
Yeah, but I mean, like seriously. Like,
Oh yeah.
He's laying the whip to him.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
You got to admit, he gave it a real serious try there.
Boom! That looks so nasty.
Yep.
Could just flip him from behind.
Wolf 10 Media is talking a little bit about the remake. Doesn't surprise me at all. You should never try to remake a beloved classic. It makes no sense.
Yeah, like I said, there are just some films don't need remaking. Ben-Hur, Gone with the Wind, Wizard of Oz, I would say needs no remaking.
It actually wouldn't.
Technically, Ben-Hur, this is a remake of a film because it was done before.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's in the silent era. I mean, but
well, and see, that's where I would argue: is it really a remake? Technically, it's still a film, but it is so fundamentally different a media by adding sound to it and color.
Right. Exactly.
That it's effectively a completely different media.
Speaking of sound, do you notice something about this chariot race? There's no music.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I've never really noticed it before until I was looking up some stuff to just have the little nuggets. I was like, I had never noticed they did not use music throughout this entire race. And in fact, everything here was added later. All these scenes were filmed in silence.
Well, sure.
They got the visuals, all the horse racing, the screams, the cheers.
Yeah,
was
they
all
would have
added
to.
later.
Sure.
Yeah. Honor Dread, you're right. John shouldn't have a remake.
Now, what they could do, you were talking about Wizard of Oz. They could do a proper sequel to it. I'd be okay with that.
Oh, true. Oh, yeah.
They would have to try to capture the same feel, you know.
Mm-hmm. But like Willy Wonka, that did not need to be remade.
Right. But what they could have done was they could have done Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator.
Yeah.
Now, when I
look
say
at that shot.
When I say they could redo it and or they could do a sequel as long as they kept the same feel, I'm specifically referring to. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Oops. Wow.
See Daisy.
I'm specifically referring to the fact that there was kind of a sequel in Return to Oz, but it was clearly not meant to be a direct sequel to that movie because it did not have the same tone or feel at all.
The majestic, Mr. Magic, the majestic thunder of hooves is all the music the scene needs. You're right. Because it gets you in the chest. I mean, you don't really need it.
Right.
You don't really need the music. You've got that pounding heartbeat of the hooves. But I just love the images of those when they do that double shot and they're racing against each other. Oh, it's so incredibly well done.
And still, I feel like the guys behind him, like, hey, we're still in this race here. Don't forget about us.
Yeah. And now frustration gets him. See, he wasn't worried about a race. He started worrying about Judah, and that's why what's about to happen happens. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, good for him. A little bit of karma there.
Well, lots of karma in that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he is messed up.
And you know what's even better? He's not dead yet.
I know.
And unless I'm mistaken, isn't there another lap coming up?
Just
maybe not.
But he gets to ride right by him in triumph.
God, can you imagine having survived that?
He
should have compound fractures all over the place.
He is busted up inside because, I mean, remember, I don't want to give anything away for those who don't know.
Well,
let's just say he's messed up pretty good.
And they showed how brutal it was, him getting run over. They're not going to show the graphic, bones protruding from flesh that they would today.
Yeah, well, yeah. So not in '59 they wouldn't. I like how the one guy came and stole his helmet and just ran off with it. Right there, you see a little blue screen reuse. Like Pontius Pilate and those are on a set, and what they're watching is on blue screen. I like that's an awkward feeling for old Pontius, but he handles it with grace.
Well, everything that I know of him from history was he really didn't care much about anything. He just wanted to get by.
Yeah, he didn't, and he wasn't a bad guy. I mean, he's held in contempt, in history a bit. But when you really examine what was going on, he gave every chance for him to get away because his wife was a follower of Jesus.
Yep.
And Pontius was basically he was rocking a hard place basically.
Oh,
and like I said, he washed his hands of the whole thing. It wasn't a matter for him to deal with.
He is an archetypical politician.
Yeah,
because he asks the crowd what to do. He doesn't make a decision himself.
Right. Jesus or Barabbas, and Barabbas had more people. Because I think they were going to cut his legs off or something. I mean, his anger and pride lead to his death. I mean, he has a chance,
Yeah.
but he fights it, and he will
And
not
it's
let them do it.
and it's not only that. What benefit is it? This whole
Yeah,
idea. I want to make sure I have a full body when I see him. Why? You planning on standing to meet him?
yeah. Well, I think it was just he didn't want to see the full
Yeah.
result of it.
By the way, Melissa Harris, just so you know, there is some Kraken in my drink now. So in theory,
Uh-oh.
you can say that I've released the Kraken.
Mr. Matchstick. Oh, yeah, I think it did hurt. Yep.
Y'all need to stop encouraging him to drink.
I there's not enough in there to really matter to me though.
Essence of Kraken.
Yeah.
Baby Kraken.
I put a little splash of Kraken in there and 2 cans of Diet Dr. Pepper. So I mean now it's when you're in this kind of a situation where it really tests your character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Auditor Dread, the way I speak Klingon, I slur anyway. I was chatting in a stream that I forget whose stream it was, but Orville Nation was one of the guests, and they were. I asked the question of she's she an actress who was in Stargate, and I asked her. I said, "You mentioned you'd like to do Star Trek. Would you be interested in playing a Klingon? And how do you feel about learning those Klingon lines?" And she was saying that she met an actor who played a Klingon who had to learn the Klingon lines, and how they would get these audio recordings of their lines so that they could practice. I said, "Yeah, I know the people that make those audio tapes."
Yeah. Even, I mean, his last breath, he spat at him basically, just like Khan.
Yeah.
My last breath, I
For
stab at
spite's
the
sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
breath at the. Yep. It's like, take this. Your family's in the Valley of the Lepers.
Take your dead hands off me, you damn dirty ape.
Damn, 38.
You too. See? Sir Torin Clegane. Tachba. Tachbe. Now what? You know,
Mhm.
it is finished. Now that's a matte painting.
Yeah. So they don't even want to be touching those ropes.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, at least they get food. I mean, that's it's at least one good thing
It's
about.
kind of the way it is for us now, isn't it?
Yeah, isolated and
Having our food delivered to us. Yeah.
yeah. I wish we had a system to get our food delivered down here. My mother went out in her mask and gloves the other day.
I have to go out on Monday. I'm taking a half day. I got a doctor's appointment.
Mm.
So as long as I'm out, I'll stop at the store and get a couple things that we can use. Not that we really need anything. It's nice to be able to say that after almost a month in isolation. We don't
Yeah,
really need anything.
I wish I was able to get to that point, or I mean, I would have a. I mean, I could sit down and like make a list.
Excuse me. Thank you.
I physically could go and get it all, but I could make a list. I could probably order a lot from like here and there and get some stuff, but
Nanette could
I'm
probably
just
give
not
you
set.
some pointers about how to order some of this stuff. I mean, I don't think I could do this on my own. She's the
Yeah.
guru when it comes to that stuff. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to the doctor. I'm going to be finally tested, get the scratch test and see what I'm allergic to so I can maybe get treated for it.
Oh, I didn't know you were suffering from allergies.
I've always had not serious allergies, but constant low grade. And what's really crummy is like yesterday, I put on all the Klingon makeup to do some videos, and I have to keep blowing my nose, which you don't really want to do in makeup. And it's constant all the time. Excuse me.
I mean, if I was Judah, I would understand.
Yeah.
That because his mother and sister want him to remember them the way they were,
Right.
not like lepers.
And when you look at these historic epics, these stories and whatnot, it really makes you appreciate, modern medicine,
Yeah, it does.
I mean, things that used to be a death sentence are now so much more treatable.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, curable.
Yeah. If we could just get a handle on what's going on now.
You know what? Give it 2 years. We'll have a vaccine. Unfortunately, the damage that's been done to our society, I think, is going to be very long lasting.
Yeah. Mr. Matchstick says, as Masala's face gets more punchable each scene, Esther's face gets hotter in each scene. Yep. And then, of course, you got to see Masala's face punched by 4 horses' hooves.
Yep.
Like I said, you talk about Esther. Like I said, the girl played the sister. I always thought was cute. Tears.
You said she looked like someone, and we're not going to get to see her face now. But earlier in
you
the
see it at the end. But there's an actress named Bethany Joy Lenz. She's becoming a staple on Hallmark.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, when I looked at her, I thought, who does she look like? That's that popped into my head. That's really what I kind of pounded on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Would you look her up?
No, what I'm looking up is because I
Oh,
wanted to share something with you. There was like I said, there was a stream that I was watching earlier today. Want to see if I can find the note about it. Who was it?
still a little pissed. Still a little raw there on that. He'll forgive her. Just look at that face.
Right? Okay. So the stream I was watching was on Simone Bailey's show, and she was interviewing a friend of hers, Sharon Taylor. And one of the pictures they put up of Sharon was in a police uniform, and she was in one of the Hallmark shows that Nanette watches, that you probably
Oh,
watch
cool.
too. The show, well, it's Hallmark Mysteries. I don't know if you watch the mystery.
Oh, yeah. I don't do the mysteries that
Oh, okay.
much.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few I'd like to catch because I like some like Lacey Jabert's doing one called crossword mysteries one because she's paired with Brennan Elliott. And I like those two together, but I haven't had, for some reason, they don't line up as well for me to see.
Mm,
There's a lot of Buddy
there's
Balthazar.
Balthazar, yeah.
He has found the child.
Do you recognize the pattern of the material that he's wearing? That burgundy, gold, and black?
It looks similar to Moses's, but it's a smaller version.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if there was some significance to it because it just struck me as so familiar.
Now, I see. I know the one Moses is like it's like primarily a burgundy, and but it has white. I think like a black stripe with white stripes on either side, something like that.
Auditor Dread, yeah, I didn't know you were in Jersey. I heard that. Well, in our line of work, we know that New Jersey has shut down all of the courts, so there is nothing happening legally speaking in your state right now. It's very, very difficult for us to get background screens done in New Jersey, and a lot of the clinics are closed, at least as far as doing background screens, for drug testing. They're only taking people for, actual illness. It's pretty bad. So, dude, take care of yourself and do whatever you got to do to keep you and your family safe.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the Sermon on the Mount?
Yes, it is.
My understanding is that that the reason that the Sermon on the Mount was done where it was because it acts as a natural it
Like
naturally
an auditorium.
projects your voice.
Yeah.
This is I never thought about this before, but this is one of those kind of stories that's very much like in the vein of like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. This whole idea of a story that takes place just off screen of another story.
Mm-hmm. But I like that one image where you see Judah walking away in the distance.
Yeah.
You get behind Christ's perspective, and it almost looks like Christ is following him,
Yeah.
like he's eyeballed him.
Yep. Possibly.
Now, Otter Dread's in North Carolina, but he's worried about his friends in New Jersey and New York.
Oh, gotcha. Oh,
Yeah.
when you say your home state, you're not there. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, New York's been hardest hit. I think New York has over half the deaths that we've had, I believe.
So, how are things going in North Carolina? Aren't the professor and sound engraver in North Carolina?
No, sound engraver is.
Okay.
Professors in Virginia.
Right. I would have known that if I had asked Nanette, because she's always sending him packages. She knows his address.
They got the one I just.
I know. I saw
sent.
the private message. Yeah. Okay. This is a weird thing to notice, but I really like Pontius Pilate's beard, the way it's got that thin, up the jaw kind of trim to it. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
He'd
have made a good Klingon.
Yes. Thank you, my friend. Oh, that reminds me. Something I wanted to share with the stream. I'll be right back.
Okay. But I do like what Pontius Pilate did have to say there. He's like, right now, I mean, you got to live in the world you live in. Right now, the world is Rome.
What's really funny is I went away, and because of the delay on YouTube, I came back just in time to see myself getting up and leaving. So
let's do the time warp again.
Right, a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was a little over a week ago, I think it was on the professor's office hours. I was sharing about how Nanette had just before the show won an auction for me for a custom Mego action figure. Here it is. This is
cool.
Koloth the Klingon, done by one of the women in the Mego community, Rachel Baker. Completely a custom figure and custom painted head. I'm really fired up about it. Just wanted to share it with you guys.
Does it look like Campbell?
It really does. I don't know if you can
Cool.
see it or not. Let me kind of hold it up a little bit closer so you can kind of see the face.
Well, it's itty bitty from where I'm at, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm probably gonna
because I've got the movie over the big screen,
right,
and I can see you at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys because I was so excited about it. And that actually makes the second Rachel Baker custom Klingon figure that I've gotten. The last Mego meet that was here in Chicago, we won an auction for. It's basically the original Klingon Mego, but with that, TV, classic costume that she sewed.
Oh, cool. I wouldn't leave you, baby.
Maybe not.
Yeah, he's still got vengeance on his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because now it's switched from Masala, the person, to Rome.
Yeah.
As a whole.
So Auditor Judd said that North Carolina has almost 4,000 cases, but it's pretty minimal compared to, say, the northeast side. I know they're expecting May to be peak time for the pandemic. Dude, just do whatever you got to do to keep yourself safe and healthy. Okay, man?
Definitely. That goes for everybody, man. Just, I mean, if you have to go out, wear a mask, wear your gloves, be careful, stay away from as many people as you can.
Yeah. And Melissa
Think
Harris,
like
thanks so much for
think like the fan man.
yeah,
Stay
exactly.
away
Yeah.
from people.
Now's the time to be paranoid like the fan man. Melissa Harris, thank you so much for saying nice things about my silly little excitement about an action figure, you know?
Oh, I thought she said sweet figure. I thought she was talking about Esther.
I'm assuming she meant the figure that I held up, but I'm supposed she could have meant that
That's
too.
what she was talking about.
Dude, come on.
Come on, I had to be me.
Fair enough, my friend. That's fair. So where did you say this actress is from?
She was originally she's from Palestine. And she's a Hebrew. She's Jewish.
Interesting. So in other
Yeah.
words, she's the one person in this movie who has the right accent.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but she speaks Hebrew, French, English, and Spanish, I think, or Italian, something.
I mean, all the Romans should have like an Italian, Spanish-ish kind of accent.
Mm-hmm. Oh, slapped him upside the head with those words.
Yep.
This is if you've become Masala.
Well, so I told you I'm working on some Klingon content for the Klingon cleric, and what I'm working on is the Klingon art of war. And the first precept is choose your enemies carefully. And as I was kind of studying out that precept, one of the quotes that came up was it Nietzsche? I think it was Nietzsche, who said, choose your enemies wisely, for they will shape who you become. I think I got that quote pretty close, at least in spirit. Wolf 10 Media said I'm mostly indoors waiting for the inevitable rioting and fires.
Thanks, stay safe, you guys and everyone.
Yeah. I
This is
gotta
an
be
introvert
honest.
time.
I have not.
Do you have
Huh?
asking? Do you have a figure collection? I know you do.
I do.
I do not.
And you know what,
Unfortunately.
Auditor?
Well,
I may have to do a video sometime and show some of my figures. I'm actually not. Actually, you know what? Oh, I can't show them to you because the green screen's in front of them. But right behind me, I have hanging on the wall not all of the Migos that I have, but all of the Migos that are specifically monster themed. You know, Dracula, werewolf, Frankenstein, all that kind of stuff. And I'm working on like dioramas and play sets for them. So I'll have to do a video to show you guys.
Oh no, tears of sting.
Man, this really is kind of topical, Al. I never really
I
thought
know.
about this before.
Social distancing.
Yeah, exactly. Think about all the people that are going through exactly this. Although it would be the other way around, right? It would be the son who is exposed to something, who's trying to protect his mother.
Hmm. Well, I think I like that it's the mother
Yeah,
who's trying to protect her son.
right. No. I get that.
Yeah. Don't touch me.
The reason I mentioned the thing about modern medicine is because clearly her infection is an actual bacterial infection that these
Mhm.
days we can actually treat with antibiotics. There
Yeah.
is a form of leprosy that is genetic that we can't do anything about.
Yeah, and then there's some leprosy is highly contagious. Some not at all actually.
Yep.
There's a if you ever seen a film called Papillon
I have not.
with Stephen Queen, um, there's a scene where he meets this leper and the leper smoking a cigar and he gives him he's like, here, take a puff of my cigar. And he does, and he goes, wow, it's like lucky for you that I'm not contagious or something
Right.
like that. What he had wasn't contagious.
Auditor Dread said, I remember you talking about grabbing a Mandalorian Imperial shuttle, but I'm curious what you collect. You know what, Auditor Dread, if you're interested enough, I'll do a video about some of the toys that I collect. I really should. I mean,
Yeah, you should.
for all that Nanette does in enabling me and looking for figures. You saw the video that I did of the Jabba sail barge, right?
Mhm.
Still working on getting figures to fill that thing out. But one of the things I had wanted to work on this weekend and didn't really get to is I want to do a diorama of the cantina from Star Wars, and I've already gotten the pieces to make the bar area and some of the chairs and tables. I'll have to do a video about that too. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it too
That's
much
a
here. Let's stay on topic for this movie.
it's
But
a that's a wicked cool cave.
yeah,
Like be open but a little bit low like that.
but isn't that human nature though, Al? I mean, you have to live in whatever conditions you have to live in, so you find a way to
Yeah.
make it home. You know,
Right. Yeah.
I think we're all kind of living that right now.
Yeah. I just wish I had a like I said, my current living situation is not at all ideal. I wish I was on a single level. I wish I had access to like kitchen and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I miss being able to cook. You know, even just a simple like stir fry or something like that.
Auditor Dread just gave me another idea for a video. I think I'll do a follow up to that sail barge video that I did and talk a little bit more about the specifics. You know, how much it cost, what Nanette did in order to get that for me, what
Oh,
I'm doing on it, and so forth. Nothing I know of.
but I love the little blind guy.
Yeah.
Oh, nope. Don't want that. Oh, they talk about the episode of dinosaurs or they wait for the inevitable comet that will kill them.
Oh yeah.
No, remember, it wasn't a comet. It was they activated all the volcanoes,
Right.
because there was a vine growing out of. They killed something that kept the vines intact, and the vines started getting out of control. So they decided they needed winter to kill the vines, and so they set off all the things to they created a
Right. So
nuclear
what they were
winter, and
basically
they were
doing
all
was they
dying.
were making an
Yeah,
environmental commentary.
yeah, but it was a very cool way to end that series.
Yeah. I mean, dark.
Yeah, dark but cool.
Kind of like the way they ended Alf.
I don't remember the way they ended Alf.
The government showing up to take Alf away.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow. You're right, Al. I'd actually forgotten how much Christ's story is weaved into this whole narrative.
Yeah. And how it intersects Ben-Hur's, especially here at the end.
So
They were. I do remember. I don't know what part of the film it could have already been happened. Could be in this, but the only surviving member of the cast of the original version of Ben-Hur was in this film in a crowd scene.
You had mentioned earlier, can you imagine if this was modern day with social media? And I can't help but think about how Christ's story and his crucifixion would be dealt with these days with social media. Think about that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have some people saying, well, what crime did he commit? You know, and everyone else vilifying him. Even creating stuff that he didn't even do. How many people in the crowd don't even give a flying fig about matters of politics or religion, but just really want to see someone crucified just
Yeah,
because of the bloodlust.
They're there for the spectacle of it all.
Yeah. See, that's my biggest concern. I had a conversation with someone else about capital punishment and how this person had said we should televise capital punishment for various reasons, not least of which being as a deterrent. And I'm like, unfortunately, it would not have that effect. People would just watch it out of bloodlust and gain nothing from it.
So they got the other two thieves going up there with him.
Yep.
Dismas, and I can't remember the other one's name. Because Dismas is the good thief, the one who asks for Jesus to save himself, and not. It's like, don't bother saving me. I deserve it. Save yourself.
Are they named in the Bible, or is that from tradition?
Tradition.
Okay.
there's a lot of name like a lot of people who aren't named in the Bible, but they have names from tradition.
Sure. Like, for example, the three wise men, they're not named in the Bible. It's not even
Right.
specified that there were three of them in the Bible.
Three of them, just like wise men from the east.
Right.
That's all it said.
I know, because I've read some great commentaries about the wise men and how, purely from speculation, but reasonable speculation, that they learned from the tradition of David, that it was actually
Yeah.
David who his wow.
I love. Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Now, was that recognition?
Yeah. He knows who it is.
That's brilliant.
He knew it was. He knew it was the same guy who gave him water. And he tried to help.
Yeah.
But was kicked out of the way, and that's when they got the other guy, who, of course, in tradition is Simon.
Right. Do you suspect that? I mean, that's just really incredible, to this whole idea that he probably wouldn't have even committed that act of trying to help somebody if people hadn't had that kind of kindness for him in the past, including Christ himself.
Yeah.
The impact that a little act can have on a person's life. I like this idea that Balthazar not only brought him the gift as a child, but was there at the crucifixion. No reason to believe that really happened, but it's a great idea.
I think he's almost. I think he might be also because there's Joseph of Arimathea is
right.
Another one who was there, and who in tradition had paid for the tomb. It was actually Joseph's tomb. Supposedly one of the traditions, but I often wonder if they kind of use him as kind of the an analogy for Joseph of Arimathea.
Possibly. I see what you're saying. That's very clever, Sir Torrent Clegane. Jesus did not care much for figs. Just ask that one tree. You know, that's another thing. Think about that one of the wise men would actually recognize what Christ was all about. Because keep in mind, when they first came and brought him gifts, they didn't think of him as this kind of a Messiah. They thought of him as a king. They thought he was going to be a king.
Well, they read the three gifts that they brought were symbolizing the three aspects of his life. There was the gold, there was the frankincense, and the myrrh for like an earthly king, a priest, and so I can't remember the other.
But think about that.
Aspect.
Do you think they even recognized that symbolism when they gave it? Or were they just giving him, in their minds, valuable gifts fitting a king?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
And tradition holds that when Mary and Joseph took Jesus into the wilderness, it was those gifts that sustained them for that time.
Mhm.
Kind of pretty wild to think about God's plan in
If
that.
they funded their
Yeah, their exile. Yeah,
their exile. Yeah.
and survival.
Uh-huh.
I don't usually talk about spiritual things, but you did pick this movie, so it seemed
Yeah.
appropriate.
Oh, no, yeah. Well, I think it's fairly appropriate. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Are you listening to this with headphones right now?
Yes.
That is a great use of stereo sound. I mean, that's very
Yeah.
encompassing.
Oh, the thunder and the lightning. Yeah. God is pissed.
Right?
I love that image right there of Christ with the storm.
Yeah.
That's always been a very powerful image to me.
Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani.
Uh, and they're cured.
And that's something else I think that's really cool. The idea of a miracle not
Mhm.
recorded in the Bible. Now, I know this is a work of
Yep.
fiction, but the idea that it could have happened, you know,
Right.
this was just for you guys. This isn't for the ages to teach anybody. This is just, and the fact is, Jesus
It-
probably did perform miracles that weren't recorded just for
or
those
was
people.
think about it, was the miracle really for the two women, or was healing them a way to help Judah
Oh,
as
good
well?
point too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was all like 6 of one, half a dozen,
Right,
but
exactly, exactly.
because he even says here at the very end when he says when at the very end what Jesus says at the end, if he feels the sword fall from his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's a story in the Bible about a woman who comes and touches the garment of Jesus and is healed by it. And there, the minister at church that I was at was talking about that, and he said he's really had a hard time understanding this whole idea of Jesus, knowing, hearing and ignoring this woman, until she went up to him and took something from him. And he's really wrestled with this. And we talked about it after he did his talk about it. And I said, did you ever consider that because Jesus was who he was, he knew that woman was there, knew that she was in need, and had to hold back helping her. His first instinct is to help her, but he holds back because he knows that the story that's going to be told about this incident is going to be written in the Bible and it's going to teach a lesson.
Mhm.
So the whole idea of so many things that Jesus did not do when he had the opportunity to do them,
Mhm.
specifically so that it could be written the way it was to impact people forever after
Mhm.
is something to be thought about. But then on the other hand, this idea that
Well,
he probably did do great works for people that were never recorded, that he did not have to think about what people would say about it in the future. He just
mhm.
had compassion for that person at that time and touched just that person.
And if you remember the story of Lazarus, of course, Jesus waits. He
Yes.
hears Lazarus is sick and dying.
Yep.
He waits to get to him
And why does
until
he do that? Because he has something else to show.
he has something right. He's going to raise him from the dead.
You can almost hear God say, "You're welcome."
Yeah. Was a very powerful image right there.
Yep. Because isn't that exactly what Christ is? He's literally that moment where God touches man again, you know?
Mhm.
Wow, good choice, Al. Excellent
Mhm.
choice. I had not seen
It
that
was,
in years. I'm so glad I got to see that again.
yeah, I watch it every year. I love it. It is a 100% tradition for me to watch, just like Ten Commandments. Uh, like I said, even if I only watch part of it, I mean, for years, for me, it was a goal to get to uh, the red, get to the parting of the Red Sea with the Ten Commandments, and then after you get the DVD, you don't have to worry about that anymore because
True.
you can just go back and watch it later. But
this is where I totally get what you say about how you like to watch things real time on TV, because
right,
we've done that too. We have bought so many DVDs, holiday films, like the Peanuts and whatnot.
Mhm.
And we have them because I feel like, well, we have them so that we can always see them whenever we want to, right?
Right.
The problem is we don't actually get around to watching them
There's nothing
unless
like
they're on TV.
there's nothing like watching uh, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on CBS as
Yeah.
it airs.
Yeah.
Same thing with like you said, Charlie Brown Christmas. It's
Yeah.
yeah. Have I watched them on DVD or something? Of course, yes, I have.
Yeah.
But it's not the same. It just isn't the same. For me, there's a feeling like I'm sitting here watching this along with millions of other people. We're
True.
all experiencing this. It's a social it's a social event, even though you're alone watching it on television.
Yeah.
You don't feel alone ultimately.
There's kind of a gestalt kind of collective consciousness of other people that are watching it at the same time you are.
Yeah.
Heck, these days you can even be tweeting about it and have other people going, "Oh, I'm watching that too." I was just thinking about the Peanuts cartoons and how one thing that's really missing, because we do, from time to time watch those DVDs at the holidays because we always miss it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that's really missing, the Dolly Madison commercials. You remember those? How it was always brought to you by Dolly Madison.
I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Really? You don't
No.
remember? Brought to you by Dolly Madison. And then they'd go into a commercial for the snack cakes and whatnot.
Oh no, I don't remember. I don't remember.
That's my memory. Yeah.
Maybe that's a local thing with because I don't know
Maybe.
what Dolly Madison is.
That's
Yeah,
possible.
because I know like I've known some people come down here and they can't find certain snack cakes.
Yeah,
Or like I said, there's certain sodas, some regional things that you just can't
true.
find in
True,
certain
true.
areas. I know there's a lot of foods and snacks that are like that
Do you
too.
remember, like, for example, this is completely unrelated, but do you remember like Hostess pies and
Mhm.
and whatnot? Because I remember the comic book characters used to have ads within the comic books for the pies and the cakes and the whatnot.
Oh yeah, I love a good Hostess cake. Well, I
Yeah.
used to. The funny thing is when I was going to Catholic school when I was a kid, for a few years, I I had the only way I could catch a bus was my mother had to drive me out to the uh, from the about 4 miles from
Uh,
our house to the intersection, where the bus would go by, and I would wait at the intersection, and then the bus would pick me up there because none of the buses came down in our area. It was because it was a smaller school, and just we weren't on any route. And for years, the hostess um, delivery guy would drive by, and he would throw me a cupcake or a Twinkie or whatever. Just he would throw it out at me for that. It was like, I mean, God knows how many of those things that I got for free. But every morning, 5 days a week, whew, I'm getting a stack cake thrown at me, and it was awesome. But I love a good, like a good Twinkie or the cupcakes. Loved them.
yeah. So what do we got coming up?
Well, we got this Tuesday. We got office hours coming up, and on Thursday we have the next 5 chapters of Dark Force Rising
Yep.
for the book club. Friday, the Fan Man has guaranteed something will occur, whether it be a Fan Man tonight or a film rewatch, or like a DC animated movie rewatch. He's like something's going, or Friday Night Fright. He's not sure yet, but he knows something will happen. And then, of course, next Saturday we have
Xanadu.
Your neon lights will shine for you, Xanadu.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I
gosh.
just love that bit. I love that
I
section
don't
of the.
know. I don't know if I should cringe when you start singing or just encourage you to keep practicing.
I don't know. Do not cringe. Do not encourage. Simply enjoy
It
the
would
melody.
probably be more in your range if you were to sing, "Suddenly the wheels are in motion,
Ocean.
and
Ah, ah,
I'm
ah.
ready to sail
I
any
don't know that one. I don't know that
ocean."
one.
Oh, you don't know it? Oh, see,
No, I
I am
know it.
such a
No, I know it.
huge Olivia Newton-John
I
fan.
mean, I know that. Na, 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 na. I just don't. I'm not sure of the words. I'm not sure.
Oh, I
I'm not
know it
sure.
inside and out.
I'm not really sure of the words of Xanadu, but I know that one section.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that.
Oh, so that's why you always start at the refrain and you don't start from the beginning. A place where nobody dared to go.
Well, no, I did.
Okay.
Well, I did on the Fan Man Tonight last night. Did you hear that?
I did. You're right.
At the very end, yeah, I did. I did start. And I could have gone longer, but I didn't want to really, do that. So,
And I was sitting here going, no, 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 no.
and I
Uh,
sent you that little picture that I had worked on.
yes, and that's brilliant. And I am probably going to use that this week
Oh, go
because
right
I'm
ahead.
planning to do a couple. You already saw the first one that I did. I want to do a couple more promos. I really am excited about this, and it's not just because I love Xanadu and I love Olivia Newton-John. I do, but this whole idea of being able to work with the professor and sound engraver, to me, it's
Yeah,
just really,
yeah,
really exciting because I do feel that this movie is so much more than the kitschy 80s musical that people remember it as. I am going to talk a lot about the fact that as Professor was asking in private message, that it is a sequel to a previous Gene Kelly film, and how it is also a remake of another Rita Hayworth film, and how that's kind of important. And that element is kind of lost, I think, unless you really dig into it. You aren't even aware of that. But Gene Kelly is reprising his role from a previous movie, and that's kind of important.
I see the professor is here to hawk his book.
No, I asked him. I
I
specifically
know.
asked him.
I was just kidding.
So I didn't want to share it unless
Of course, he called my singing painful, which of course is.
well,
it's perfect. I purposely sing it badly.
so yeah, if you guys haven't already gotten in on the Professor's Tales from the Stacks, guys, what are you waiting for? This is now, I think, kind of your last opportunity, this special edition with the new cover and everything. If you didn't get in on it before, get in on it now.
Yep.
Because I think this is, look, especially now, folks, the comic industry is all but dead. We've seen it coming for a while, but this whole CV thing is kind of a nail in the coffin. The Diamond distributor apparently suspending or going out of business. I'm not even sure where that's going. And now there's talk about whether or not even the big ones, Marvel and DC and IDW, are even going to be able to continue without Diamond. I honestly believe if comics are going to continue, it's going to be because of independent people putting it out themselves, the way the Professor is. So, guys, get in on this while you can.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the way to go, especially if you want to be guaranteed quality work and something that someone really has a passion behind, rather than someone like Bendis who's just cranking out crap for crap's sake. So yeah, this is a chance to get something really quality. Mr. Matchstick, of course, is asking after Xanadu, and remember, Mr. Matchstick, Xanadu is spelled with an X, not a Z.
Yeah.
Could the rewatch be Clash of the Titans or the 2 Robin Hood movies? Well, tactically, there's 3 Robin Hood movies, if you ask me, because forget Mr. Errol Flynn. But under consideration, I probably won't have a definite answer until after Xanadu. Then I'll probably make an announcement that night of what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna kind of look at what we've been watching and maybe try to come up with something a little different.
Okay.
And go from there. And it may be Clash of the Titans. It may be maybe one of the Robin Hood films. I think we should put off doing these 4-hour streams at least.
Let's not make it too common.
Just once in a while. Let's not make it a bi-weekly or a bi-monthly kind of a deal.
Right.
Just once in a while. So yeah, we'll save those long things for a special occasion.
And if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, make sure you do it now.
Oh yes,
please smash that thumbs up. Recommend this to your friends. Anybody who likes Ben-Hur or just want to listen along to some goofballs talking about stuff and Ben-Hur during the movie, then
and you know what? Don't be afraid to invite your friends along. Let them know that we got that we do this every week. Especially right now, everybody's locked in. Can't go out to the movies together. So
you can't gather with your friends to do something like this together.
Yeah,
so.
This is a way you can still watch some great movies, re-experience them, and we can do it together. And
we are so ahead. We were just so ahead of everybody. We were just,
And I gotta say, we've been doing this all along. This wasn't anything that we did just specifically because of this.
Yeah,
but no, I do have to say, no, bad Agent Boomer, no Unicorn Store. That will not be happening on this stream as long as I'm a part of it.
Oh no. No. I like I said, I don't know. I'll think of something. It'll be fun. There's some things I want to do. Maybe I've got, like I said, I've got a friend that I've asked to do Dirty Dancing, and we'll see if I can get her in the mix one night and do Dirty Dancing. There's just
I love that movie. I
so
really,
many
really
great
do.
films out there. Yeah, Dirty Dancing is a great film. Well, I mean, a lot of people like kind of, you know, goof on it because of what it is, but it's a great film.
Yeah, it is. There's no
Yeah.
doubt about it. Now, who is it? Is it Fan Man or is it the prof who doesn't like musicals? I think it's Fan
I
Man.
think it's Fan Man, yeah, because
Yeah,
Prof
yeah,
does like musicals. I do know that. The right ones, you know. He doesn't
Sure,
like
sure,
onions. He doesn't like onions.
I know.
He did enjoy that video. I saw you had posted it too, the one with the vampire kryptonite, and then
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
the tear gas weed or whatever.
Italian Water. Yeah.
Yeah, Italian water and all the other. So that was a cool thing, and he enjoyed that. But that was man, it looked good too. I could use a nice um chicken parmesan.
God, yeah.
But yeah, I just want to thank you guys for joining me tonight.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
everybody
everyone.
who stuck with us for this first time, very long, epic movie rewatch, not split up or anything like. I think this is probably the longest one we've done. That was, you know, in one sitting. I think I don't think I know we did it. Did we split? But we split that, I believe. That was Being the Professor, I think.
Yeah, but
I
in
can't
fairness, that was more of a mini series than it was you know, a thing
yeah,
of
but we
movie.
split.
So
But you know, I think we split it over the night. I think we did it over 2 nights. I think that's what that was.
hey, if we're gonna do that,
And I do know, but sorry, but real quick, I do know the Fan Man has dibs on the on Salem's Lot,
fair enough.
the miniseries. So yeah,
Yeah, let me
he's
throw
claiming.
something out to you. And I'm doing it on the stream so that other people can kind of say whether they'd be into this or not. Just like you guys did with it, would you be interested in maybe sometime this summer, say, you and I split up our weeks, 1 week, you do one, you know, and then then I follow it up the following week with the mini series V.
V?
Yeah.
That could be interesting. I don't have it. I
I'll,
don't have it on
I'll take care of you, man. We'll get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But I loved that. And there's a lot of commentary to be had there. And I think there might even be people in this stream that are young enough to have not watched that original miniseries.
I was going to say you're talking about the original because I got a picture of me and Richard Hurd.
Really?
John. Yeah, I met him. Of course, most of what I was talking because he was Admiral Paris and Voyager, and of course, anybody who watches Seinfeld knows him as one of George's bosses. So
I didn't know that.
But, he was on Seinfeld for a while when George worked for the Yankees.
But he was Supreme Commander John.
Yep, John.
Yeah.
Yes,
and Robert Englund before he was Freddy Krueger. That was my biggest problem with Freddy Krueger. I had such a hard time seeing Robert Englund as the bad guy. He was still Willie. So I'd see him, and even with that burned up face and that evil kill you thing going on, I was like, oh, Willie.
and of course it had the Beastmaster, Mark Singer, in that original one, and I can't remember her name, the blonde that played. I can't remember what her name was, but
wait, which role?
She was the love interest for
Juliet Parrish. That was oh God, what was her name?
Because I think she married Will Decker, the guy who played Will Decker.
Did she really?
I think she was at one point. I don't know if she still is or not, because he has had some unfortunate
Faye
things
Grant.
happen.
That was her name.
Faye Grant. Yeah, Faye Grant. That's it. Faye Grant.
She was also in an episode of Voyagers. if
Yeah.
you
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that series. Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah,
actually,
she's a
quite a
lot.
few people, quite a few people that were in V were in Voyagers and a bunch of other TV shows back then.
Yeah, they had their people running around there.
Okay, is the professor messing around when he says,
Yes, he's
okay,
messing around.
okay, okay? Because I was like, oh wait, I guess I got to say something else about. No, wait a minute. He would
He's
not be doing a rewatch of Salem's Lot.
nah, that's something that's something that fan
He's
man
being a
wants.
smart aleck, right?
Yeah.
Because we promised that we would save that for fan man. He's going to do it. Okay.
Well, the fan man is still stinking about not having Night of the Living Dead, but that was funny.
Yeah.
Just
Okay. So Wolf 10 Media is definitely giving a send up for doing V. So let's can we maybe think about
yeah,
doing that this summer?
sometime this summer, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
The reason I say it is because my recollection was that V was shown in the summertime in between seasons,
I
right?
I don't I really don't remember. I remember being on. I just don't remember.
You know what? I'll do my research. I'll find out
Yeah,
when it originally aired and see if we can't do it somewhere around that time.
yeah, because we could take a lot of those original, like the quote unquote the movies that led to a series, like the Battlestar Galactica, the original Battlestar Galactica
You know,
story.
that those would be good rewatches too. The
Yeah,
the theatrical, because back then Battlestar Galactica, Buck
Buck
Rogers,
Rogers.
and I'm sure there was a lot of others. Those TV shows, their pilot episodes were actually released in theaters as
Mhm.
films
Right.
and then reshown on TV as pilot episodes, usually split into two, and
And
then
I
they
never
grew into the
and
series.
I never got a chance to see Battlestar Galactica in the theater, but I did see Buck
Really?
Rogers. Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw, and I was also lucky enough to see Buck Rogers at a drive-in as well.
So I saw both Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers in the theater. Actually, wait a minute. One of those I might have seen at a drive-in, but I do remember my mom taking me to see them because she also took me to see um, um, the one that we saw last week, or the
Paycheck,
week before. No, before that.
Flash
Flash Gordon. Thank you, because she said she used to watch those as a kid and she loved them and she knew I would love them, but and she of course got real excited about the whole Chicago aspect of Buck Rogers, which wasn't really in the original Buck Rogers. But
Yeah,
going to see that, we had no idea when we went to the theater to see those that they were almost immediately going to be coming out on TV.
yeah.
But sure enough, they were trying to capitalize on the whole
I
Star Wars.
do. I did enjoy that series. What was on NBC 8 o'clock on Thursday.
Wow.
I remember it. It was appointment TV, buddy.
Yeah.
I remember it well.
Yeah. And and back then that was before we had VCRs and whatnot, so we had
Yeah,
no way to rewatch it. If we missed it, we
yep,
missed it. You
yep.
know,
You didn't see it. You didn't see it. You hope to catch the
Wolf Ten
rerun.
Media said Mark Singer is one of his heroes. That's another one we should do. Is the what was it? The
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster is an awesome film.
Yeah.
A lot of those 80s fantasy films like
Yep.
Beastmaster, Crawl.
Crawl.
Uh,
We did that one.
yeah,
That was a good one. Yeah. And we
yeah,
should probably do the follow up, the second Conan movie too.
yeah. I'll carry the Destroyer. The cleaner version. I always view it because it was a lot shinier.
Yeah.
There's a lot of changes
Wolfhead
in
Media
it.
said, "What about Alien Nation?" Oh, let me tell you,
That was a good
Alien
one.
Nation. My mom took me to see that because my mom took me to my first science fiction convention, and while we were there was somebody dressed in, that alien makeup, giving out flyers for a free pre-screening of Alien Nation. We had no idea what it was, but we were like, hey, let's go check this out. And then when she saw that James Caan was in it, mom was all excited about that because she was a
Yeah,
huge James Caan fan. And yeah,
yeah. And then of course they eventually brought it to TV. I mean, different actors, but
Yeah.
still. I mean,
In
'cause
fact, the guy that
I
played
met,
Sykes was the same actor that played Saval on Enterprise.
yeah, I met him. I met the three major characters from the Alienation TV series right at a convention.
Mandy
And
Patinkin?
no, the film,
Oh, no, the
TV,
TV
TV show,
series. I'm sorry.
TV
You're right.
series.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Pierpoint, and Gary Graham, and oh God, her name's I can't think of her name. And she did Star Trek Next Generation as Data's girlfriend
Which
for an
one?
episode. The one where he was testing out being a boyfriend and it didn't quite work out.
Oh, right. She wasn't really clicking on the whole not having
Yeah,
emotions thing. Yeah.
yeah. That was she
I'll
did.
tell you, and this is another one of the reasons that Picard just kind of left me flat. It was a real missed opportunity because one of the things that was great about Data that I think if that character was still being explored today, Data could be a great analog for people on the autistic spectrum, you know?
Yeah.
And it wasn't played that way, but it so could be now, you know?
Oh,
I think
we
that's a
got.
real missed opportunity.
Sorry, Boomer just brought up Willow.
Willow. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll have to do that
great
one too.
Yeah, but
I
yeah,
did not
like
like
I said,
Willow when it first came out.
oh, I loved it day
Do you know
one.
why though? It had nothing to do with the movie itself. I
Uh,
was pissed at George Lucas for doing anything besides Star Wars. He should have been
oh,
working on another Star Wars film, in my opinion, at that time. I was a kid, so
yeah,
give me a break. But
yeah.
yeah,
Well, we've gone well over 4 hours. I
gosh,
know
right.
I'm tired. I know my throat is kind of starting to give out a little bit. I would like to thank everybody who stayed with us throughout this long journey, and anybody who just popped in to say hi. Love you all. Love all my Al pals.
Yeah.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Nanette, so much for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
Can't wait for to join you for Xanadu next week. Looking forward to that. I want to wish everyone a very happy Easter,
Happy Easter.
a very happy Passover if that's what you celebrated, or if you don't celebrate any of them, have a happy Sunday and
Yeah.
just stay safe, stay inside, let this thing pass us by. It's almost like another Passover.
Yeah.
Enjoy and take care, everyone.
Night, everyone.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.